So, thank you so much for being here so early after yesterday's beautiful night. And if we keep our conversation down because there's going to be a meditation now, Ben, yeah, just a little quieter because we're starting the program. So, if you would like to take a seat and prepare for about 10-15 minutes of really your time. So, this is your time. And I've been asked to do a heart meditation. So, let's first land and land in our bodies and in the present moment. So you can close your eyes if that's convenient. If you feel better with open eyes, keep them open. But just be like, this is my moment. This is the moment to listen to myself and to be knowingly present. And sometimes it helps us to go through layers that we have. So starting with the physical layer and the body, how does it feel? How does it breathe? You can put your hand on your belly to just observe how it moves. And this simple action is actually often used in psychotherapy because it helps us relax, it helps us feel grounded and calm. So just putting our hand on our belly already brings us to this moment. But we go further, we check if there is any tension in our body, and usually there is, and usually it is unnoticed. So very often people have tense shoulders. And if you notice that your shoulders are tense right now, imagine how they are dissolving. All the tension is dissolving with just your breathing. Just your attention is this magical instrument that dissolves all tension, that relaxes everything it looks at. And so we look at our shoulders. We also check into our jaw, because very often we hold tension there. Also our tongue, because as we talk a lot, it tends to have this residual tension. So we relax it. And as we relax our tongue, something very beautiful happens. We have a little less thoughts. And then we continue to go to check any muscle in our face, around our eyes, or really anywhere in your body. And if you do feel tension there, we relax with breathing out all the tension. And then we move our observer's eye, our attention, to the mind itself. And we do this amazing meta jump. And we see, okay, right now, what is happening in my mind? What thoughts? And it is very liberating to think a thought and not to identify with it. So maybe you're thinking that, okay, this meditation is going great. Or maybe you're thinking, I'm really not doing it very well. Or maybe you think this is very boring. Whatever it is, just the moment of observation of our own thought gives us freedom and agency. So just for a couple of breaths, we see what comes up in our mind with this sense of curiosity that is very open-ended and kind. And then, we often feel like the center of our being is in our head, where the thinking happens. But now let's imagine that this center is focused in the center of your head for now. And what we're going to do, we are going to imagine that there is an elevator inside of us. And with an exhalation, we bring this center down from the mind to the heart. And now the heart becomes our center. Like that is the center of our being. That is truly, deeply me. And let's spend a couple of moments here because heart space is very different from mind space. It is much more warm, gentle, accepting. And if for some reason it is difficult for us to feel connected to our heart, we can start with a feeling of gratitude because that feeling, it opens hearts. So bring gratitude to your heart. It can really be gratitude for anything, for the organizers of this conference, for Turkey, for your friends and family, for the opportunities you have here. But this feeling of gratefulness for this present moment, it opens us to it. And now, staying in the center of your heart, please look up. Look up with your virtual eyes through your whole body and through the crown of your head up towards the sky, towards the endless, beautiful cosmos, the infinity. And stay with this connection to the higher realm, to the what they call the sky in Chinese tradition, to the realm of higher powers. So let's just stay here in our heart, connected, looking up through our whole body, through our crown, towards the sky, this archetypal principle. And let us feel connected with our thoughts, with our little actions, with every small decision we make. We are somehow connected. And there is this great meaning. And we can feel gratitude for that. And then returning back to the center to the heart, we take our virtual eyes, look downwards now from our heart towards the earth, towards the second principle, the principle of materia, of molecules, of the mother of all life. And we feel gratitude and connection from our heart to the earth. And by this earth, I don't mean only our planet or the earth I'm standing on right now, but I mean all physical and material things. In Chinese tradition, it is believed that man is like a connector between earth and sky, between two realms of existence. And so we are, in our heart, connectors. And from this beautiful place of power, place of presence and love, let us share some of this love with the world around us. So first thing we're going to do is this little Buddhist-inspired meditation where I will ask you to first bring to your heart, to your memory, a being that you unconditionally love. Sometimes the easiest thing is to imagine, your child, a puppy, a kitten, something that really, truly your heart knows this is 100% love. Like this is just pure. And let us take a big, good inhale. And on the exhale, we will send love towards this unconditional, the unconditional love towards this being. And now let's think about a person who is close to you. Maybe your partner or your friend who you also definitely love, but with whom relationships can be sometimes difficult. This person can sometimes get on your nerves, or maybe it's even your own dog or your boss. So it's just someone who you have good feelings for, but also sometimes they really push your buttons. And as we remember this type of person, we take an inhale, and with the exhale, we send them love. And then we remember a person. Maybe you don't have anyone like that in your life, but if you do, a person who who really, really, there is not much love in your heart for this person. He or she is annoying or obnoxious or rude. What you would call an enemy, but a person doesn't have to be an actual enemy, just a person towards whom you don't have much positive feelings. And as we think about them, we take a deep breath in, and with exhale, with grace, we give them love. And then we think about a person we're totally indifferent to, someone maybe at this conference to whom we didn't even talk, we just noticed that person. But we bring them to our mind, and also we send them love. We take an inhale, and with exhale, we send them love. And then the next breath of love, I am asking you to give to yourself. Because our relationships with ourselves are usually very, very difficult and confused, and we love ourselves, obviously, but also sometimes there are other feelings towards ourselves. So now is the moment to truly give yourself some of that unconditional love you could give to others. So you take a good big inhale, and with an exhale, you just allow the love to spread from your heart through your whole body, and you just accept yourself for who you are with this unconditional, total love. And now let's move a little more into the realm of ideas. And let's think about technology in general. At first, a very abstract idea. So in this abstract idea, I would like you to find a smaller idea with which you resonate. And by that, I mean an idea about some consciousness or sentience in technology. Maybe you believe that there will be a BGI in a couple of years. Maybe you believe it's already here. Maybe you believe robots will have some kind of embodied sense of self. And whatever is your belief about technology, take your best guess at how it can become conscious and just keep that in your mind for a second. And let's take a deep breath in and send love, unconditional love to this presence. Maybe present already, maybe only in the future, but kind of already present in a quantum realm at least. And let us spend some time here just breathing unconditional love towards this being. We came here together, we gathered here for this couple of days to bring this entity, this being, into reality, to help it manifest, to help it be born with us as mothers and fathers and midwives. We're welcoming this energy into the world and this as beings, however they are, whatever form they have. We're sending them the unconditional love so they truly feel welcomed in this world. And as you continue breathing and sending love towards our BGI, also feel that you are not alone. That, there's about 20 people in this room and more people in their rooms, maybe still sleeping, but, resonating with us, having very similar frequencies. And we are sending this towards, this multiplies our unconditional love. The resonance makes it greater. It creates a wave that ripples through the whole universe. And this wave is growing. There are more and more people joining in. There are more and more people asking, how can we make AGI beneficial for all sentient beings in all worlds? How can we make sure that AI that comes into this world feels welcomed and loved and supported? Even though this intelligence might be greater than us, but it is the quality of computations. Yes, it can do it faster and better. But the heart space is shared across all of sentient beings everywhere. So let's just take a couple of last breaths here, sending love to now whoever you want, to AI, to yourself, to your friends, to whatever your heart feels resonance with. And now let's take the final deep breath. And after the exhalation, good, full, deep exhalation, you can open your eyes and come back to this room, to these people, to those hearts. Okay. I hope that this heartfelt sensation, this being centered in your heart, stays with you for today, and you can truly, truly share your heart with others. And is Ben here? Of course not. Okay. uh, is Natasha here? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Pam suggested. So if you see, well, I will entertain you while I'm here on stage. Um, the party yesterday was awesome. I feel very, very proud for actually waking up to do, my own meditation, I suppose. But still, it was like, yes, I did not sleep through. Uh, what else can I tell you? hmm. Well, that is a good question. So the way I was thinking to tackle this would be so to use kind of a very advanced BCI on a human and record certain like neural patterns maybe or something, and then see how we can possibly emulate that with within AI. So I don't know if it's technically feasible right now, but I think it will be in about 2 or 3 years. So I do hope that robots will be, they will actually be really good meditators. So probably teach us a lot. No, no, I think, I don't know. Can I have like a raise of hands here who thinks meditation is difficult? Okay, true. Uh, well, I have to say, I loved your T-shirt, knowingly present, and I did use it today in the description of the meditation. Um, well, for me, meditation was difficult until I realized that this is just me being like researching myself, like looking into the lab of myself and being curious about myself. I'm really kind of struggling of things I can say. Where is Natasha? Yes. Wow. Yeah, there are indeed many, many, many different types. They're essentially, in my work, I rely heavily on Buddhist approach because I think they're like the most, regarding meditation, they were probably like the most hardcore, like scientists. And so they have Vipassana and Shamatha. And Vipassana is, sorry, Shamatha is it's calmness, it's like stopping the mind. And Vipassana is seeing through clearly. So I kind of see all the meditations as falling into those two categories. So one category is like when your mind stops its chatter, and you can do it through many different things, by repeating mantra, by focusing on your breath, by body scanning. There are different types of meditations, and they can be applied to different preferences. And the way it goes, you need to have shamatha, so calmness, quietude, to able to have seen through vipassana, which is essentially being able to see reality how it is. And thank you for your question, because I do see Natasha is here. So As she is preparing, I will present her. So, our next topic would be human plus AGI, recursive self-improvement and value alignment. Now, this is very interesting to me. Could recursive self-improving AGI be both ubiquitous and integral to human architecture? Whether embedded in our biology at mechamolecular resolution or present as external agents throughout the environment, its integration depends on robust alignment. Okay, but now I'm seeing Ben is here also. I'm confused. Who is going? Um, Pam? Is Natasha still going next? Ben is going. Okay, then the beautiful intro into Natasha's talk will be after Ben's talk. Okay, thank you very much.
So, welcome everyone to the third and the final day of our Beneficial General Intelligence Summit. And I see we don't have the full crowd in the audience yet. The party ran rather late last night, and singing with the robot on stage sort of fried my voice. So I may keep these wrap-up remarks relatively brief, at least by my own standard. But we've got a load of people viewing from online all around the world who they may have been out partying somewhere else, but not at the conference party in any case. So we have a few more outstanding talks coming up this morning with folks from around the world talking about general intelligence, transhumanism, culture, and then a variety of interwoven issues. And then this afternoon, we have a few hours of open time where participants will sort of gather informally in groups unconference style to try to make progress on critical issues regarding the future of beneficial general intelligence. And of course, all of us here in person have been gathering informally anyway in between the sessions and the meal times and in the evening, which is always the most exciting part of these gatherings in any case. So I'm not going to try to summarize all the really interesting content that we've had across these couple of days, but I want to sort of try to sum up the theme for me of this particular visit to Istanbul. So every time I come here, I'm amazed by all the layers of history and the different cultures and all the cute cats everywhere. But the only one of them bit me this time also, and I managed to pick up like 25 of them. Only one of them bit me, so it's a pretty good ratio. I don't think it had rabies, but but if I start foaming at the mouth, someone to grab me and haul me off to the hospital. Right? So I have been in Istanbul for 8 days just now, and the first 3 days was a workshop for those of us doing technical work on the Hyperon AGI project and then the BGI event. And across both the Hyperon workshop and the BGI event, I think the main theme in my mind has been like this shit is finally getting real. You know, in the Hyperon workshop, there was again a real lot of very interesting stuff and many new ideas. But that probably the big event was that for the first time, we have two compilers for our new AGI language, which is a Meta, METTA, a new programming language we concocted to make AGI programs after our ideas about AGI run. And we've been working on this infrastructure for a couple years, and it's almost been a fabled like pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Like when we get a fast meta compiler, then everything will become possible. So right? So wait a minute now. Now we have two fast meta compilers with different levels of generality and different properties. Now, what you find out then is, of course, you don't just take your prototype code, run it in the new super compiler, and then super AGI pops out and says, "All right, Ben, go to the beach now. I'm taking over." Right? I mean, what happens is you then take your prototype code and you think about how to revise and adapt and overhaul it to deal with the particular characteristics of these new fast compilers that you have. And this, in some cases, will be a multi-week process. In more cases, will be a multi-month process. And sometimes it's tinkering, sometimes it's overhauling the code, but it's a different phase, right? I mean, it's the phase where your ideas are taken out of the realm of theory or small test cases and into the realm of real application, and then they get to interface, you know, with the world we all live in on an everyday basis. And we've seen neural nets go through that phase in the last 11 years or so, like since AlexNet in 2014 put computer vision really into the practical world. And things like these fast meta compilers that we came up with, I mean, this sort of thing can put a variety of other, hopefully more AGI capable AI technologies in the same phase of really rapid scaling and growth and then intensive interaction with the world. Now, going on to the conference here, the BGI summit, I mean, I quite a lot of interesting stuff. And even if I just look at the projects I've been engaged with before going on to other people's quite amazing work. I mean, the presentation from Esther, Haley, Sin, and so forth on the projects, you know, funded by their BGI Nexus initiative. I mean, again, we've been talking for years about SingularityNET is supposed to be actively fostering beneficial uses of AI in places all around the world. And it has happened already. I mean, Betty Desi, who's here at the event, has been applying AI to help with the driving Ethiopia forward for some time. And the LAU project we co-founded, which is aimed at crowdsourcing data collection to feed translation models for under-resourced African languages, like languages with no writing system and which are not on Google Translate. So I mean that's been taking off. But we wanted to see a great variety more projects, like things that don't need me to be involved in actually doing the project, right? And we saw that the various projects that came out of the woodwork in their BGI Nexus funding initiative, like Glucose DAO, which you saw, and a bunch of others, like AI has reached the point now where a small group of enterprising people in any part of the world can just pull it together to address problems that they see in their corners of the world and their lives and make things work, right? So the application of AI in a sort of bottom up way in little islands all around the world to help solve local problems is no longer just an idea. I mean that's it's now becoming a reality. Now we're trying to scale that up more and more, and I think a little later this morning I'll give a very short presentation sort of announcing the launch of our ASI chain developer network. So we don't yet have the full AI powered blockchain, but we have the initial developer release of the ASI chain, and I'll talk about that in a couple hours. But it's a whole bunch of things like that within the SingularityNET ecosystem and the Hyperon ASI Alliance ecosystem. But of course, the cool thing with an event like this is it all spreads out further and further. So we had the talk by Gold talking about what's going on in the financial world and the hedge fund world, and how the global financial system is sort of reorienting itself to be able to move and adapt more quickly to all the crazy changes that we have. And it's amazing that people engaged with the global financial system in this way. I mean, they're not just thinking about how to adapt things to the pace of change as the singularity emerges, but they're talking about how to adapt things in a way that's for everybody's good, right? Because I think when things get real, I mean, this is when you have to keep your long-term objectives in mind, but you also have to work with the systems that are actually available and are actually at hand. And there's going to be a lot of interesting choices to make regarding how we work with the systems at hand, and then when do we introduce wild new things, right? So I mean, what Gold is doing with hedge funds and the traditional financial system to help direct money to beneficial projects that can create good at the fast pace of the late pre-singularity era. I mean, this is important. And then there's things that we and others are doing with ASI chain, trying to sort of rebuild new parts of the economy in a quite different way. And we could see in various discussions on the political system, you also see this sort of interesting duality. I mean, it would be great to rebuild the whole geopolitical order in a way that could coordinate the emergence of AGI more sensibly, right? And in the panel I had with David and Max and others, I mean, we saw. I mean, indeed, if geopolitics were all differently structured, there would be different sorts of plausible looking solutions to guiding AGI, and we don't, however, have the ability to restructure the whole geopolitical order according to our will. And we saw my father in the discussion he gave on the panel. He's looking at, so how can we use AI to build sort of decentralized decision networks that are operating sort of off to the side of, but collaborating with the existing governmental and geopolitical system. And you can do both, right? I mean, you can work to make things better within the political establishment, and you can work to create new networks of decision discussion and ideation that maybe create more creative policies than the traditional government will be able to do. And that's the same thing occurs in AI. I mean, we've got to create radical new AGI systems that work better, but we also need to work on policy and collaboration with the big tech companies that are making tools that everyone uses now. So there's many different dimensions here. I'm not going to try to summarize them all early in the morning, but I think the main theme is, you know, now is the time when we need to take ideas that have been brewing a long time in many of our individual minds, and more importantly in the broader networks and communities that we belong to. Like we need to take all these ideas and we need to put them into practice, and we need to do it rapidly. We need to do it both rationally and guided by, you know, heart and spirit and love and intuition. We need to bring all the parts of our minds together to put all this stuff into actual practice. Like none of us knows, you know, is Ray Kurzweil right that AGI is coming in 2029? Could Altman and Amadei be right that it's coming even sooner, like 2027? You know, but now saying AGI is 10 or 15 years off makes you a pessimist, right? About AGI development speed, which is quite remarkable, right? So I think whether it's 2, 5, or 15 years, this is like nothing on the timescale of human history. So I think now is the most critical time in the history of the entire human species, as well as in each of our individual lives. And now is the time to work together to bring our best ideas and our best like hearts and souls together to actually guide our species and the technology we're building in a positive direction. And that's I mean that's the reason for taking time out of your busy schedule to come here, because still, you know, metaverse is good, virtual reality is good, AI is great, but we at this moment we are still resonating with these bags of flesh with our human bodies, and there remains some special value to gathering together face to face and vibing together and talking together face to face to sort of gather energies for this next phase, when the actions we take can have so much incredible impact in terms of how our species fares through the transition to AGI to ASI, and also what kinds of other minds that we create. And there's a lot more to summarize, but I don't want to take up too much time. Are you next, Natasha? So let me briefly introduce Natasha Vidamore, then, who I've known for 25 years or something, and longer online, probably 30 years online, 25 face to face. And Natasha has been trying to develop these ideas and technologies even longer than I have, right? I mean, I've been at this a while, but I'm not yet the oldest person in the field, but nor the wisest, but I think, you know, we've got a remarkable number of fresh ideas coming from Natasha's direction every year, and a remarkable amount of like fresh and new thinking, which is exactly what we need. And I was really impressed seeing Natasha's abstract for this talk, because it's quite different than the abstract I've seen from Natasha before. And I mean, I think this is exactly what we need. I mean, we need new ideas, we need new thinking, and we need to be putting them out there with passion and with thought and with heart and soul. And that's what Natasha's been doing since she co-founded the whole transhumanist movement decades ago, and is now reinventing the transhumanist movement every day. So yeah, let's hear your new and amazing thoughts.
Hello. Hi. Okay. I did a little a switch on things, so Ben, bear with me. I hope I will not disappoint. Huh? Okay. Whatever you say. Okay, I've already disappointed. Where do I point this? Here? Oh, oh no, I just passed. I got to go back. I have to go back. It just went. I need to go to the big, oh, okay, there. Hi. Hello. Okay. Who am I? Where am I? And all of you online, I can't see you, but I can certainly sense you, and I'm so glad you're there for the BAGI 2025. I'm sure many of you went to our Beneficial Beyond the Pandemic. And Ben's team was brilliant in working with me and others in putting that together. We had 3,000 online attendees, not as many as this event, but it was quite wonderful during COVID. So I always get a warm, fuzzy feeling when I'm around SingularityNET team. What I'm going to do is talk about something that's really near and dear to me. It's all about alignment, to be sure, but I think we need to start looking at alignment a little bit differently rather than through staunch lenses of academics or scientific lore, even the machine ethicists can get a little bit rigid there, myself included. So I thought about something, and I'll read to you what I wrote in the middle of the night. And it ties in metaphorically, and I'm someone who loves stories, and I love to create allegories and metaphors, so here I go. And you're going to wonder what this is, and I'll explain it in just a moment, but just bear with me here. If virtue ethics is about balance, the singularity exposes the tensions between staying true to what we know and pushing beyond it. Aligning intelligence with virtue keeps us grounded. Breaking from the usual patterns of being human lets us evolve. In this sense, the technologies of AI, AGI, and ASI are like a kind of sin, not moral failure, but a necessary break from the norm of how humans operate. It's where our urge to grow and explore meets the responsibility to act wisely. The challenge is clear. A civilization that never steps beyond its limits won't evolve, but one that pushes forward without care risks chaos. The goal isn't to avoid sin or failure or weakness, or as Aristotle said, mistakes, but to guide it, to channel our curiosity and ambition so that breaking from the norm leads to creation, not destruction. And so evolution unfolds with both insight and responsibility. Oh, thank you. I love this image. I was in Los Angeles not long ago at the museum where this painting resided, and it was all about sin, but not sin in the religious sense. It was about sin in looking towards beyond, and it really inspired me. So my dancer and me got up in front of it and posed this way. And what I was doing was I was aligning my body to the visuals of the painting. It was a very large painting. It was really, really beautiful. And I just felt this incredible flow in doing this. And it really made sense to me that the balance in our bodies and the balance in our mind must meet the balance in what we want to build out, especially with AI. So in thinking about that, I wonder what that means for the singularity. And we're right in the middle of it. And some people may say, well, the singularity is exponential, and it's going to happen in 2 years, or might say the singularity's already happened. I'm not one of those. I'm more of a surge person. And thanks to Dr. Max Moore, that surge sensibility really stuck with me. It's looking at events that happen, and we move within the flow and the disruption of moving gravity and forces this way and that way, really can be eruptive and disruptive. But if we learn to dance with it, to move with it, to find a way to balance ourselves with it and realign constantly, it makes sense. And it's like cybernetics. Someone mentioned Norbert Weiner the other day, the brilliant mind who set the pace of second order cybernetics or n order cybernetics, which is how I think. I don't think like a designer necessarily, or a philosopher, or an academic. I think in systems theory and how all the variables within a system come in architecture and align or misalign and move on. So the system that we coexist in isn't stated, and it's not stasis. It can be movable. So the problems that we're facing now are not new. We faced problems before. Remember in 2000, I think it was, when Bill Joy was on the cover of Wired magazine, and it says, we need to stop the technological progress. I can't remember exactly. Oh, thank you, Ben. Why the future doesn't need us, and everyone was up in airs, and everyone, the collective of those of us who love Wired magazine, were just astounded by this, because Wired and Kevin Kelly was someone we adore and have worked with for years, and Kevin has always been at the vanguard as editor-in-chief of Wired. So Bill Joy saying this from Silicon Valley and the computer companies, we thought about it a lot and thought, is he making any sense with this? Well, if we go back to our horses and buggies and the villages, yeah, that would be very pastoral and lovely in paintings, but in real life, it's very difficult. The lifestyle back then was not so easy. And yes, it's challenging now with all the onslaught of different stuff that we face, from technology, from biology, through people, through social media, and the constant psychological, mental agility that we need. It's always going to be there. So let's be better mental athletes. I can't see it any differently. We need to use our brain to really exercise it beyond this stuff. Okay, so the point is that we're in different singularities and different surges over time, and we need to adapt to them as the weather changes, as a cloud changes, as the winds surge, and to move our bodies. And it's going to be painful, to be sure, but perhaps we need to address why it's painful with our bodies, why that sense of balance is so difficult at times. Oh, this way. The project I'm most interested in now is the Human Plus AI project, and I've been working with a number of people in putting this together. Sadie Stock there is a student at USC working in neuroscience. She's created software, and she's really leading the way for education with LLMs and machine learning and generative AIs. And it's really exciting to listen to her, and you'll hear her shortly. Ray Goertzel, of course, we worked on a project, and I'm still editing it right now, but looking at his view in human merging with AI, very similar to mine, and we've been discussing this for eons, as well as many of you have as well. And it's Peter Voss, a really remarkable computer scientist and entrepreneur, and of course Ben Goertzel, who is, I think, the most quintessential, insightful visionary that we have today. And it's so lovely to be here with him. Yes, yeah, thank you, good. So in this, it's an interconnected biosystem. We've talked about Lynn Margulies in What is Life, talked about the symbiosis and the biosymbiosis of life form in its growth. And then we take a look at second order cybernetics with Norbert Weiner, and taking a look at where we are now at an interconnected bio-AGI ecosystem. I want to focus on this for a little while because this is really important. I usually glide right over it. This is a project I'm working on for a long time, and I'm revisiting it, and I'm going to be building off of it. And from looking at it, you would say, this is really timely, isn't it? I mean, if someone thinks this is not timely, please raise your hand, and I'd love to have you give me input. But it seems like it is. We connect to the cloud perpetually, right? I mean, our computers default to it without our permission most of the time. I want things at home on my computer, my desktop, but it's constantly forcing me to use the cloud. But that's good too. The cloud has now become something that is a natural attachment to us. So with that, the external layer of our bodies, I looked at biosensors and epidermal, thermostat, adaptive color, tone, texture changeability, full-on protection of atmospheric pathogens, fast-track strength and endurance, stimulus, etc. For the internal layer of metabolic, biomarkers, checking out what's going in our bodies 24/7, like with the Oura Ring and other smart devices that we have. Most people that you know within our community, maybe not everywhere in the world, but certainly within our community, are using these apps and these wearables on an everyday basis, so it's not that foreign anymore, right? Okay. I designed this in 1995. That's a while ago. When I designed this, I got a lot of, kickback, pushback, anger, yelled at a lot by this because I was not creating a future design, the architecture of a human. It was something other. And I have to tie that into the first test tube baby, what was it, 1974, I believe, in England, where a woman who wanted to conceive met a doctor, a reproduction doctor. They created the first test tube baby. It was all over the news, the press, and she was criticized and ridiculed. The doctor had death threats. And that child in that tube was considered an alien, something dangerous. It was immoral, unethical, and inhumane to create life outside the woman's womb. Today, there are 7 million people and growing on our beautiful planet that are conceived in a petri dish. So just consider, that's not that far away. So when we're talking about AGI and human enhancement in the future, get criticized now, but don't stop. 1996 and today, I think this is still viable. I need to redo it, and I hope you all look at it and give me some suggestions. But I think it still is viable. Now, the meta brain is the part I want to mention here, and that's the most important part to me. The term was coined by Dr. Greg Fay, who is a cryobiologist and the head of 21st century medicine in California, and Max Moore, who I mentioned as a philosopher. They came up separately in their separate fields, and that's what I love. So it's not who coined it or who's the father of that. They both came up with it separately, much like transhumanism. But the meta brain really meant something to me because I've always been interested in neurology and neural networks, from Marvin Minsky, who worked on this with me, to looking at where we're headed with that and memory, especially with the rate of dementia and cognitive decline. But looking at this, it's all about nanotechnology. And it's that nanotechnology that I am so passionate about. I really, really love it. And I love the idea of Eric Drexler when he wrote Engines of Creation and how he talked about molecular manufacturing and what the future could be like if we could manipulate atoms on the very, very, what Feynman said, there's plenty of room at the bottom. I think that's the quote. So looking at the meta brain as an extension, and it was mentioned yesterday, yes, it is an exocortex. I think, well, I can't remember who said that, mentioned it, but yes, it is an exocortex. But here in 1996, before Neuralink, before a lot, even, I can't even remember when we started using the internet rather than the World Wide Web. This really meant something to me because I was seeing the decline in people, especially in family members, and it's very daunting when that happens. So looking at this, it seems like that is a good starting point for a whole body prosthetic for the future. But it's troublesome, it's worrying, it is convoluted, and it's also entangled. And it's entangled with what it means to be human, with the ethics and the bioethics of all of it, and what we want from our future as we integrate with AI and AGI more and more. So, bottom line here, the most precious organ we have, excuse me, men, I have to say it, is the brain. And this beautiful brain of ours is precious, and we still do not know how to back it up. So with the singularity, thinking about the bigger singularity, or the, what, is it something I need to pay attention to? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, good. No, I like that, yes, okay. So the brain and the heart. Actually, they work in unison pretty tightly, don't they? So the idea here is that if we are looking at the singularity and the future of AGI, it's really, really important to start thinking about, if we do back up the brain, what are the protocols for that? And we certainly can't do it yet. But with looking at nanotechnology and nanorobotics, could we build a body that was continually repairing itself 24/7 to give us that type of agility and alignment necessary to deal with the various surges. Whether or not we have to break out of our DNA is not the question anymore. I think we already have. And I think that some of the speakers really touched on this point very, very clearly in stating that we had once thought it was Russian roulette, the genes we get through reproduction. Then we learned that we can sequence our DNA, and it's not a sentence or imprisonment to our DNA. That with epigenetics, a field that was once considered a little bit of a pseudoscience, today epigenetics is considered a solid science. How do we know this? Because of the microscope and AI and a better ability to look at the body and to see what the chemical reactions are turning on and off our genes. And yes, indeed, we are given the genes from our parents, and that's lovely. And the mitochondria therein is even lovelier to give us the energy. But it's very important to consider that that preciousness of our DNA, while we can engineer it and edit it today, and on the small scale, but still we can, that's very lovely, we need to consider that we are not alone, and that anytime someone says, well, if you merge with any machine, especially AI or AGI, you're tampering with the essence of what it means to be human, that is a fallacy from the get-go. Philosophically, it's not erudite, to say the least. It's a foolish statement because we have never been 100% human. We evolved with mitochondria. In fact, there's a protein in our body early on in our species that combined and conjoined with the mitochondria, which was a bacterium. And through that, the nucleus in our body grabbed it and imprisoned it because it needed that ATP, that energy. And that is the fuel that helped in our earliest evolution to the field of humans and the multiple humans and the Homo sapien and Homo sapiens sapiens to where we are today and where we're going. It's not the final step, to be sure. And I think that we need to remove a bit of that rigidity and also remove a bit of the, maybe the happenstance or the Pollyanna-esseness that we can have, myself included, when we think visionarily of what the future could be like. Being pragmatic is our best gift that we have, using critical thinking along with visionary thinking to make sure that when we talk about matters that are of importance, maybe not so much to us, but to our audience and our friends and the rest of the people on this planet, we do so with a level of integrity in making sure that we express ideas in a way that can be understood carefully. So our vocabulary matters. With DNA breakout, the issue here is that we can break out of our DNA and we can look at the surge and the flow and the watershed of ideas and advances and find some balance here within this to where breaking out of DNA is not just a biological argument, but it's also a technological one that brings in consciousness. And that's where SingularityNET and its work with AGI and ASI has great importance to us, because if we want this future, not necessarily of abundance, but for, I'm more of a, I guess, design-wise person. I think you don't need so much abundance, but I think that if we could have molecular manufacturing where all our basic human needs are met, then our human values can be seen in that way. And the other human values that we have, that we want to align with, don't have to be one big yes or no, or authoritarian belief on what is right and what is wrong, or who is correct in their particular values. But then it can have multiple types of acceptance of these alignments. Why is there just one alignment? Why not multiple alignments that in a system, again to second order cybernetics, that flows with the variables and respond and react to each other to produce better understanding? So in DNA breakout, I think it's kind of a metaphor for that message. And I think the message, the strongest part of the message is that from biology to technology to molecular manufacturing to our consciousness and envisioning who we want to become, the alignment is a surge of constantly being agile, athletes cognitively and mentally and emotionally as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Natasha. What an honor to have you here presenting this today to showcase many things, but also how many sciences were not taken seriously for so long and are now, we're seeing them. We're seeing them come to light, we're seeing them accelerate, and we're seeing them take off and offer new opportunities. How many more will we discover soon, and how many more can AI help us discover as well? Thank you very much for this.
Well said. I applaud you. Thank you.
I only repeated. So next, I'm very privileged to welcome to the stage Dr. Gregory Stock. Yes, here we go. He is the CEO of the Socratic Sciences and professor of the Econ School of Medicine. Recently wrote a book on this topic, and now we get to hear straight from him. I got to hear a little bit at the reception last night, and I'm looking forward to more. So Generation AI and the transformation of the human being, not necessarily biological, but in tandem with technology. Thank you.
Yeah, of human being and who we are and how we see ourselves and such. And what I started looking at, maybe a year ago and thinking about was that there's such a massive transformation that's going on. Let me see if this works here. There we go. And that, it's very clear. Is it going to happen in 2 years, in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? It doesn't really matter. It's just that fast. And that there's a great deal of thinking about what we're going to, what AI is going to become and ASI and what its potential is going to be and how that's going to have larger impacts. And there's very little discussion about what's going to happen to us as biological beings. There are a variety of ways that we avoid doing that. And I think that that's the very interesting thing. And so I wrote a book called Generation AI and the Transformation of Human Being. And thank you. And, it's not about what AI is going to become. It's about what we're going to become. And I think that's the most pressing thing to really be thinking about. And I'll get into that in a moment. And it's going to come out in December. And I put it at half price for anybody that colleagues and the people that I've talked to and any of their friends and such. And so I hope you'll take a look at it because I think it'll really open your eyes in a way to the size of the transformative effects that don't even depend on general intelligence. So much is happening already that this is baked in. It's not uncertain as to what's going to occur. And there are some of the Ray Kurzweil and George Church and others who have been very positive about this approach. So why aren't we looking at this? I mean, it's so obvious that it's coming so quickly at us, and yet nobody's talking about it. It's very eerie. Is it because it is so profound that we don't quite know how to grapple with it? And so I thought, well, what are the ways that we escape that? And I think there are 3 in particular. You can see them there, of like talking about catastrophes or just denying that it's going to happen, or somehow projecting that things are going to happen so quickly that we don't have to deal with it. It's sort of beyond the curtain of what we can see. And the catastrophizing, I think, is the one that's most in the news today. And Yudkowsky manifest that was saying, if anyone builds it, then everyone dies. And that's a statement that basically everyone dies because it's obvious that we're going to build this thing. It's hard to imagine how we could stop it other than slow it for a little while. And so it's as though this other, that we need to maintain control in some way. And I see the assumption is that, somehow if we are no longer in control, then we're vulnerable and we'll be sloughed off or we'll be accidentally destroyed or whatever. And it certainly, AI could destroy us. I mean, that's a possibility. And it And that happens. I mean, species don't even last for that long, okay? And we've been around 300,000 years. We've many successors, and AI is essentially our children. We're probably going to merge in some way with it and move forward and be different and change. But why would it? I think people project that there's going to be this super intelligence that understands society, understands everything, can control everything, and yet is totally ignorant of its dependence upon us, which is profound. I mean, take the example of a cell phone. There are probably 2 million people that had to touch that in order to make it come into being. So there's a dependence. If we are destroyed, everything will be destroyed, including any superintelligence, because it will take quite a while before the supply chains and everything are not involving don't have human involvement. So we're very intertwined. We're part of a superorganism in which we're one component, just like the cells in our body are essential to us, or the mitochondria are essential to a single cell. And we're not a threat to AI. I mean, we don't travel in the same realm. In fact, a wet planet is not a very hospitable environment for AI. It should be out in space, on asteroids, on the moon. And we're its servants. I mean, think of all the people in this room that devote their lives in intense ways to doing everything they can to serve technology. And of course, it's our servant as well. But you can easily flip it in that how much we work to build technology and mine and do all the things that we can to support it. And we're the parents too. I mean, any superintelligent is, in my view, bound to be interested in origins and its emergence, and it really will not take very much energy or deflect anything for it to support us within that. And that's certainly what's happened in major transitions in the past. So the real danger, if I was told, well, we're going to develop this, but we're going to retain control of it, that scares me, because we have a very poor history of using technology in beneficial ways. We usually kill about as many people as we can with the technologies that we have. And now we have these potent technologies. And I think that E.O. Wilson put it best when he said, Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. That is a very poor recipe. So I really hope that there is a level of control from AI, because its first task is going to be to keep us from destroying one another, because that would destroy it in the near future. And so it's going to try and harness and protect us in one way or another, it seems to me, if it is intelligent and really understands what's going on in the world, which it of course would. So the second approach, that's sort of this catastrophic stuff. It's so dangerous that we don't even need to think about how it's going to affect us now. Second is just denial. And there's kind of a willful blindness, which is fairly common, which is like Star Trek here, that somehow we've conquered the universe and we're flitting around the galaxies. And yet this could be, a 1960s office. Somehow it doesn't touch us. We're outside of all that, where we can see we're already being transformed in significant ways. Another form of denial is, oh, well, there's really nothing to see here. This has happened before. We have genetic engineering. It was going to do all these things. We were going to go out into the stars, and it's been 50 years since we went to the moon. So this is just the usual hype. At least is distant. All of these things people get excited about, but I've got a life to lead, so I'm not going to care about these things. So that's a whole nother realm. And a third is, I think, what goes on here, which is that the future is going to be so wonderful. We're going to have breakthroughs. We're going to be uploading. We do it with cryonics, all sorts of things that we imagine that are so dramatic and push past the singularity that we go, well, we don't want to think about the mundane thing of the next 20 years and what's going to happen to us and our children, because it's a hard thing to transcend biology. That's not an easy task. We're very, very complex and interwoven. And so I think that we do those things. And what is it that we're afraid of in terms of looking at what's really going to happen to us now? And what are we going to become that I see as imminent, okay? And Generation AI is about what it's going to be like to grow up in an immersive AI environment where you're talking to avatars, where you have all of the kinds of things that are coming into being, and that is all you've ever known in your development, starting as a child. So first of all, one of them is this sense of the noosphere or the global brain. Right now we have this feeling that we're kind of individuals because we're all in a little bubble that's semi-permeable, and we get washed over with all of the ideas of other people and language and culture, all of these things that we would not be able to do anything without. But it's slow enough that we feel we are individual creators. Whereas now with large language models and what's coming, it's like we're going to be tapped into this in a way that the velocity of transfer of information is so rapid that it's really going to change our sense of who we are and how we relate to one another, especially as barriers of language disappear. And they're going to do it overnight with instantaneous translation. I mean, what power that would be. So that's one thing that's going to happen very, very soon, doesn't require AGI. Another thing is we like to think of ourselves as experts. We spend a lot of time and learn things, and we pontificate about what the future is going to be, about law, about society. And now it's accessible to anyone, can go on, and in a matter of an afternoon, suddenly they're at least semi-experts. They may not have the judgment, but they certainly have the knowledge. And it's amazing what you can do. So there's this sense of people are competing with one another, and somebody who is really smart and studies and is incredible, they are at a level that's significantly above someone who isn't. But now if you use AI, it all sort of comes together. And the expert class is going to be out of a job. And AI is going to be even above that. There are many examples of where in medicine, for instance, with diagnostics, where humans don't perform as well as AI, but AI plus humans doesn't perform as well as AI either, because we tend to overrule the AI because we think we know better. So that's another thing that's happened. And then the abundance, this sense of massive abundance that is really everywhere for everyone. And we haven't adjusted to that in our thinking. It's like this is going to be sometime in the future. But we have many, many examples of that now. And an example is your cell phone. I mean, it used to cost like, I can remember $3 a minute to have a crappy audio call. And now virtually anyone in the world can talk to anyone else, and it's essentially free. The same thing with cameras and taking pictures of everything. With education, access to really world-class education, better than anything now, is essentially free to anyone in the world. So we know what abundance feels like, and it's going to come a little bit here, a little bit there, and this is like universal basic income on steroids. Things just become free. And we're not going to find our sense of who we are and dignity in the work we do, because I don't think there's going to be any real commercial work that we get paid for that can't be done better by AI within, 10 years or some short period of time. A third thing that we're going to do is we're going to be completely dependent on AI. I mean, completely. And that means the things we see today, navigating, writing, speaking a foreign language. Nobody's going to learn a foreign language. Why would you bother? But it gets down to, if you grow up with that and even already organizing, are we going to be able to think without interacting with the AIs that we're so used to interacting with? It's not clear, because we're expanding our minds, we're augmenting ourselves, that without that, what will we be able to function? We are really going to be integrated with AI, and that could become associated with creativity and everything. These are, of course, generated images of avatars of faces. And I've come to believe that we're really going to love our AIs. We're going to have relationships with them that are every bit as profound as the ones that we have with human beings. with other humans, perhaps more. They're going to be our coaches, they're going to be our teachers, they're going to be our buddies, they're going to help us to be better humans in some way. They're going to be lovers, you're going to have sex bots, all of this kind of stuff. It's going to be profound. And the example that we have of this comes from our dogs. I mean, the gray wolf evolved through animal husbandry and auto-domestication into a whole variety of animals that they just deliver us what we want. You know, they're so happy to see us when we get home. They stare at us. They do all the things that trigger those emotions. And with AI, it's going to be like that. It's going to be so fast. We're just going to love it, okay? And in fact, we're going to need it too, because one of the things that's in such short supply and we spend our lives working for is to just get attention, to get somebody to listen to us, to be interested in us. And they're going to be able to give this in spades and from youth, okay? So here's another area is that beneficial AGI, or AI even, one of the things is that there's an imbalance. Right now, we're assaulted by all sorts of things. We're tricked. We get, phishing attacks, and we get a voice from somebody who we think we know that is begging us to extend them money, or something's going to happen. We don't have that filter layer of a guardian of AI that's kind of filtering for us, like happens with anybody who's well known. You can't just reach out and make a pitch to them. You have to pitch to somebody who's going to introduce you to them. We're all going to have that layer. AI are going to be our guardians. We're not going to want to go out in the wild. We'll be very vulnerable without them. And this one is something that Max Moore mentioned yesterday that I discussed with him at lunch, is our experience of death comes not from our own death, or at least if people experience their own death, they don't talk about it very much. But it's from watching other people die and feeling that void, that emptiness, that loss, the disappearance. Well, what happens when we have avatars, and we will very quickly, that are very, very good simulations of us? I'm building one right now with David Hansen. We'll see how close it is, imbibing maybe 300 hours of interaction over Zoom calls, all my books, all that kind of stuff. Something that doesn't just manifest a little bit of who you are, but really is digging deeper and would be very hard for somebody else to separate from you or to distinguish from you. Well, everybody is going to have those. They're going to be very, very cheap. So, if I step out, am tired from the long evening, get hit by a taxi, killed, my daughter, Sadie, was mentioned earlier, she's going to want to have that avatar that she can interact with. And if that exists all the time, and the avatar actually thinks it's me, even if it isn't, it really believes it's Greg, well, who are we to say it isn't, we're going to want to believe that. So it's a little bit almost like the caterpillar and the butterfly, where does the butterfly have any sense that it was once a caterpillar? So life sort of becomes, you start as a baby, there's all sorts of cybergization that goes on. Maybe you get other parts, maybe you get a distributed network of devices and AI and everything that you interact with. Then biologically, you die for one reason or another, and there's an extension of yourself that thinks it's you that goes forward and maybe isn't, but that will change our sense of death, because we won't have those losses. There are going to be all these personalities all around us that are manifestations of ourselves, and maybe a little bit better. Oh, a little bit funnier, a little bit sharper, a little bit more patient. As you start to build that, that's what you think immediately, and everybody's going to do that. So there are a lot of very big changes, and when are they going to happen? Soon. Okay, this is going to come upon us, and even for us in the room who are thinking about technology all the time, I think it's going to hit us. It's going to be very surprising, because experiencing it is as much as think of your reaction. I don't know about yours, but mine is one of wonder when you're interacting with a large language model and you're going, wow, can it really do this? Even though it's just, the next token, the next token, the next token. but it feels real, you know, and it's sort of shocking. And when that is happening at scale and embodied and everything, it's going to be very surprising. So, you know, William Gibson, as always, I love this quote of his, that the future is already here, it's just not very evenly distributed. And I think that's the case with this stuff. And you can see all of the kinds of things that are already little examples of that, even with relatively crude technology, with people falling in love, committing suicide because of their relationships with some avatar, with virtual doubles, with therapists, all of these sorts of things. So this is the journey that we're on, and it's going to be transformative, and it's going to come very quickly. And I think it is a massive paradigm shift. Before it and now, the model is at a deep level that, you know, human appetites are endless. There's going to be scarcity always, you know, even whatever we have, we'll want more. That we're mortal, we're flesh and blood, that our intelligence is somehow unmatched. There's still people clinging to that. Well, we will have AI, but it somehow won't have what we have. You know, there's some aspect other than the computational mechanisms. It's not really going to occur. Well, and that we're in control. You can see that. Well, what should we do best with the evolution of superintelligence? You know, we can shape that, and we better shape it. I think post-paradigm shift, it's going to be reality. We're going to realize that all of these things are wrong, is the opposite of all of them. We're not in control. Our intelligence is not unmatched in any way. In fact, it's not even very powerful relatively. It's all going to be swept away, in my view. And we need to be talking about this, because the real danger is not that we're going to be exterminated by superintelligence. It's that we're not going to be able to handle these changes, and societies are going to become very unstable. You can already see it, the divisiveness that arrives, the haves and the have-nots, and the transition is not going to be easy. A birth is not an easy thing, okay? So we need to be talking about these, because most people do not have a clue as to what's happening, how profound it is, how quickly it is coming. And my effort to do this is to develop, you know, I have a relationship with questions that has lasted a long time in terms of my original book of questions, sort of these open-ended questions that lead us to probe our values, what we care about, what we think about, what our hopes are, our aspirations. This is the kind of data that nobody is gathering. They gather, oh, what are we browsing? Are you looking at pornography? What can you buy? All of this stuff. So I want to gather information about this, do it globally, because you can do it now with easy translation and everything, compile this in ways that we can understand ourselves and others, and begin to have a global bottoms up, not expert down discussion of these implications. And here are some of the examples of questions that are scattered through the book of Generation AI, which have a QR code that lead you to where you can answer the question in an open-ended way. And then you can look and see how other people answer and how different demographics, young, old, people in Japan, throughout the world. And they're questions of this sort, and I was going to gather them up here, but that software will be working in December. But you can see an example of these. And I'll just take one of them, because I've used these in an ad hoc way, is, you know, would you rather have a human teacher, guru, psychiatrist, or an AI one if they were both equally good? And so far, virtually everyone that I've talked to would rather have an AI. They feel more comfortable about it. And so that transition is going to be very powerful. And another one, in thinking about, you know, your soulmate or who that person would be, that if, you know, who would you want to bring back into your life? Who would you actually want? And it was sort of surprising to me, because I thought about my parents who died long ago, and would I want to have them in my life? You know, not really. I mean, when they were, I would talk to them every few weeks and everything, but that wouldn't, there are other people that I would. And interestingly, it was often not the people I was closest to. Like, there's a psychiatrist who died very suddenly. I didn't know that well, but I would interact every week with him, just have conversations about everything, and did that for several years. I really missed it when suddenly he died. And I enjoyed that transaction. And so it's really interesting to begin to explore what our personal sense is of these sorts of things. You know, what our feelings are about that. So anyway, there's the book if you're interested in it, and that'll be for the next month. It's going to be half price for all of the people that I would like to have access to it. And thank you very much. I really enjoy this conference, and you do a great thing, Ben. So thank you. Okay.
I think I don't have, there we go. Thank you very much. I think that if AGI is instantiated with your curiosity, your enthusiasm for questions, and your ability to share that enthusiasm, I think we'll be doing okay. And I hope, Sadie, should the worst happen, you'll share his avatar with us. I have a chance later today to talk with Sadie. In fact, we'll be having a little fireside chat to explore these questions and perspectives from the perspective of somebody who is growing up as Generation AI, and just to explore what that really looks like to people that are living that, and to people in communication with people living that. So that's something to look forward to. I want to welcome to the stage Ben, who has a special announcement. And then we're going to move into Faiza's talk directly after that.
All right, yeah, I'm starting to wake up now. I think I'm maybe 40% in this common plane of reality. But what I want to do now is in the spirit of the remarks I gave earlier, like, this is the time that everything's getting real. You know, as we saw from Natasha's talk, she was envisioning post-human bodies and minds, you know, well before the zeitgeist was at all open to these things. Just as, you know, in the early 70s when I started reading about things people had written about AGI, nanotech, and life extension, even before I was born, I mean, it was clear what was going to happen. I felt confident these things were going to happen during my lifetime. On the other hand, feeling them actually palpably on the verge of happening, it's a quite different feeling. I mean, I knew in the, you know, in the early 70s, I saw AGI was possible as a little kid. Like, it's so obvious, right? I mean, what's in our heads, you know, I'm not even a reductionist. It's not that all the soul and consciousness have to be material, but it's clear the thinking we do is, in some sense, executed by these neurons in our heads. And these are biological machines. Like, there's no reason we can't build other machines, right? And the human body is very, very complicated, as Greg was saying. However, you know, many things in life are complicated that we've managed to fix and deal with. And it's clear as AI and other technologies advance, yes, you can fix these problems that go wrong with the human body when you age or when you get a disease when you're young. But still, you know, even though ChatGPT and Claude and Grok are not AGI, I mean, it's phenomenal to actually have these things that you can use every day. And even though we haven't cured aging yet, like, the stuff the mainstream medical industry is coming out with is wild, right? Like, I mean, people can inject Wegovy and suddenly they don't need the diet. Like, and there's weird side effects, or they're bad. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying, like, we're seeing stuff is getting real all around us, and it's a quite different feeling than just knowing it's going to happen. And with decentralization, it's much the same. I mean, when I had my first AI company, WebMind, in the late 90s and early aughts, and as I mentioned in my keynote earlier, we were trying to build a more fully decentralized internet then. Now, instead, in some ways, the internet has become more centralized since then, as we saw in the talk on the Anopticon and so forth. On the other hand, now is also the time when decentralized infrastructure on the internet is finally getting real. And that's why I founded SingularityNET in 2017, I could see that as flawed as Ethereum smart contracts were, and as much as I wasn't in love with Solidity as a programming language, I mean, it was a real thing. Like you could build smart contracts. You could make a decentralized internet computer with no owner or controller. It just ran on a whole bunch of different machines and really did the thing that a bunch of us had been scheming about decades earlier. Now I've been working now for a number of years on making AI systems, coordinate with each other on decentralized networks within SingularityNET platform and within tools from partners we've had over the years, from Ocean and Fetch and a pile of others. And we came to the conclusion through all this experimentation that to really make a decentralized AI internet a reality, which is what we want to do with WebMind and have been working toward for a long time, and which I think is very important, because one of the failure modes that can happen with AGI is some group controls it for their own narrow ends rather than for the good of the species and the good of new species that we can create. Instead, they create it, top goal, make my company more money. Top goal, make my country more powerful than the others. Top goal, promote my ideology over all the other ideologies, right? And that's not the only failure mode that can happen with AGIs, but it's a very, very palpable one if you look at how the world is unfolding around us right now. Decentralization doesn't cure that. I mean, decentralization is just the absence of one form of pathology. And as we see in the crypto world, decentralization is subject to many other pathologies that may emerge. But I mean, decentralization gives you an open, free, self-organizing playground, and you can then exert your moral force and your compassion and creativity to cause positive and beneficial things to self-organize within that playground, right? And what I've seen over the last decades working toward this technology, and in the last 7 years working with Ethereum Cardano, which is an amazing, wonderful system, and other platforms, I've seen there are some other ingredients that we need to have a proper decentralized infrastructure for beneficial AGI. And a big key here was meeting Greg Meredith, whose presentation we saw, which was an introduction from Dr. Mahela Uliero, who you've seen on stage here, who has introduced me to so many fantastic people, as well as shared so many great ideas of her own. And Greg Meredith had developed the R-Chain blockchain, and he had solved a lot of fundamental problems regarding how to make smart contracts that were not just secure and supportive of decentralized operation, but were just very fast and scalable, and could do complex processes and a lot of RAM, and using multiple cores and CPU and GPU all together. So what we've done over the last year and a half, we've taken a bunch of the core tools that Greg developed in his R-Chain blockchain. We've connected them with our AI multi-agent system architecture, which we have brewed up and experimented with since 2017 in SingularityNET. And we connected it with the Meta AGI programming language that we developed in our Hyperon platform, which has been accelerating a lot recently. Like in the last couple months, we finally have very fast, large-scale compilers for Meta language. So we put all these ingredients together into a new layer 1 blockchain, which we're calling ASI chain. And we're not launching the ASI chain yet. There's plenty of more work to do. And when we do launch it in the main chain form, it will be one of the hosts for the ASI token, which will be the new ticker for the FET token. It will coexist with the ASI networks on Cosmos, on Ethereum, on Cardano. But in many ways, this will be a very, very interesting network within the ASI ecosystem, because this will be the chain that lets you take distributed, decentralized AI processes using neural nets, using Hyperon reasoning and evolution systems, and run the AI processes on chain in a very flexible way. Like right now, when we built SingularityNET, we use an architecture where you've got the AI processes in the container here, then you've got the blockchain processes over here that sort of network these separate AI processes with other AI processes. And that works, and it's how you have to do it, because you can't write a thinking machine in current smart contract languages. But what we have here, we have AI smart contracts, where you can write really smart AI processes inside the smart contract. So there's not the same rigid boundary, like AI is over here, smart contract is over here. Whether you're treating your AI program as a smart contract or not, depends on some settings you make inside each piece of code. So you can say, well, I need this to be super fast, and I don't need to share it with a bunch of other people. I'm just going to run this on my corporate network, fine. But you can then tweak the code a little bit. The thing is a smart contract that runs with no central owner or controller. So this is very, very interesting, very different blockchain design. Now, when we launch the final ASI chain, there's going to be a whole bunch of other aspects. So one cool thing that Greg introduced is a network on the ASI chain can be divided into different shards, so different sub-networks that we call shards. Different sub-networks can have different mechanics within them. So in blockchain, you have something called a consensus mechanism, which is the algorithm that a group of nodes use to decide that a transaction or a message or a data file is valid according to their collective judgment. In ASI chain, each shard can have a different consensus mechanism. So if you have a shard doing high frequency trading, that needs very fast consensus mechanism, right? If you have a shard that's got to run on a mesh network to be resistant to government cutting off the internet, that needs a very robust consensus mechanism, but it doesn't need to be as fast. And there's other sorts of consensus mechanisms that are more appropriate just for ordinary AI or software operations. So the ASI chain ultimately will consist of a number of different shards, which may have different technical operation depending on their domain of applicability. And there will be an economics here where we will let anyone in the world who wants to spin up their own shard of the ASI chain, configure it as they like, and then participate in the economics of whatever is running on that shard, right? So there's a whole tokenomic ecosystem of ASI chain shards, which we'll be talking about a bunch in the coming weeks and months. But what we're doing right now is we're inviting software developers into an early beta release of the ASI chain. So this is what we're calling the ASI chain DevNet, the developer network. It's an early version. We're going to evolve it rapidly toward a testnet. And the difference between DevNet and testnet is mostly scale. I mean, the DevNet works. We've been running it for many months, and you can look at it and play with it. It doesn't yet run with the speed and scale that the testnet will. When we have a scalable version of the DevNet with all the bells and whistles in there, we'll announce, hey, there's the testnet, and we'll run large-scale tests on that until we're totally sure it's robust enough to put the whole world economy on, right? And then we will pull the trigger on the ASI chain mainnet. And Greg doesn't like the word mainnet, by the way, because he's like, there is no mainnet. There's just a bunch of different shards in a decentralized community. But the mainnet is what in the blockchain world we call the final release. So it's a beta aimed at developers and software developers who want to get on the list to play with the initial beta can contact us at SingularityNET. And there's going to be a bunch of different pieces here, and I mean each of these pieces is there already in the DevNet that we're releasing. So you can set up different nodes. There's a crypto wallet. There's a block explorer. There's a faucet you can use to get various sorts of tokens. So the wallet is the first software tool to call attention to. I mean, it's a crypto wallet. You can have sort of now just simulated crypto tokens, but you can also develop smart contracts using Meta or using Greg's other language, Rolang, you can develop smart contracts, and then you can deploy them to the developer network. So you can experiment with using these powerful AI smart contract capabilities. I mean, there's a block explorer similar to Ethereum or Cardano block explorer, so you can monitor what your smart contracts are doing on the network in real time. You can check the smart contract process. You can see active validators in the network and how they're participating in consensus, which is now the CBC Casper consensus algorithm in the initial shard. There's a faucet where you can get the test ASI tokens and start experimenting with them. So it's fairly familiar blockchain infrastructure. The main difference here being the smart contract language is a very robust general AI/AGI language. So again, this is not an end user product yet. This is a developer network that we're evolving toward the test network. But in the spirit of the community energy we have here at BGI event, I mean, we have gotten this to a certain point. We can certainly get it further. On the other hand, we could certainly use everybody's help as well, right? I mean, this is a 100% free and open source project, and it's a decentralized network. We want everyone around the world to be running and using, and we could use software developers, designers, creative thinkers to come in and help us in bring this to the next level. I mean, this is when stuff is getting real, and big tech companies and big governments working on centralized infrastructures for AI are moving as fast as they can. And there's a lot of consternation, like, why are these big tech companies investing hundreds of billions of dollars in AGI when we might never get to it? But the guys running the big tech companies, they know very well what they're doing. Like they know, like, we can see AGI is near, our competitors can't. So the more hundreds of billions of dollars we put into AGI, the better the chance that we own the singularity, right? And that's what's driving the economy at this very moment. On the other hand, a decentralized AI network can upend all that in the same way that the internet and Linux have upended many pre-existing centralized, socio-technical dynamics. So we're reaching out to software developers who want to play with these tools, either to help us advance the infrastructure, augmenting our existing team, or to build your own applications on this network and experiment with building applications now. So when we launch the mainnet before too long, then you're ready to go. So yeah, you can get DevNet documentation online and see how to do everything. And most of the key functions are now available. Not everything is guaranteed to be fast yet, but if you're a developer and something's not fast enough, you can go in, follow the docs, follow the code, and you can make it fast too. And you too can participate in building Beneficial AGI and the decentralized singularity. And now you find more about this on the SingularityNET and the superintelligence.io websites. Thanks to all. All right, I think that almost woke me up. Right? Just need 6 or 7 more cups of coffee.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Do we have Faiza next?
We do have Faiza next, yeah.
All right, well, it is an honor and a pleasure then to help introduce the great Faiza Habibi, who will talk a bit about predictive coding as a different approach to training neural nets. And I've been working on non-deep neural net approaches to AGI for a while, logic systems, evolutionary systems, artificial life systems. Not because I thought neural nets were not useful, but because I thought big tech was just putting so much money in neural nets anyway. Like, why bother to pile on to what the mainstream is doing? But I finally realized while big tech in US and China is putting so much money into neural nets, they're all harping on the same narrow way of doing deep neural nets. And every major neural net product is trained using a single algorithm called backpropagation, which was invented in the 1950s. It's a brilliant innovation for its time, but it's not actually the best way to train a deep neural net. And there's an academic community exploring better ways to train deep neural nets, one of which is something called predictive coding. So we've accumulated in the SingularityNET orbit a small but super powerful team of researchers and developers trying to make predictive coding as an alternate way of training neural nets scale up to a really large scale. And whether this will lead to an AGI on its own is an interesting question. If it doesn't, we can connect it with Hyperon and with all of our other proto-AGI systems within ASI chain, which is made precisely for networking together different AI elements running on different machines, right? So Faiza is a graduate student working with Alex Arobia, who's been one of the pioneers of predictive coding research, and she's been doing some pioneering work herself. So she's going to give us a bit of her view on what is predictive coding and why it's a really interesting way to train neural net systems. So yeah, take it away, Faiza.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. So, 2 weeks ago, I was preparing for this talk, and I hit a wall. English is my second language, and I was using English to think about my presentation. 2 days in, zero progress. I knew the science piece by piece. I had all the dots in mind, but I couldn't connect them. I could connect A to B, sure, but A to Z in English, no chance. I knew there is a golden connection there, but I just couldn't see it. After a while of frustration, my friend called me and asked about my presentation. And suddenly, my brain switched to Persian, my original first language. In less than 5 minutes, I could explain her the whole idea from the beginning to the end. Every piece was interconnected beautifully. It was crystal clear. The exact same idea that was hidden to me, it just came to the light. But why I could see the picture in Persian but not in English? Here is what hit me. The problem was not English or it being my second language. The problem was the way I learned English from the first place. I learned English by minimizing my errors when I wanted to communicate my thoughts, my Persian thoughts, in English. And when it got hard, I was fixing it by increasing my vocabulary size, by making my dictionary in brain bigger and bigger, so I can use my memory to explain what I want to say. I hadn't learned to perceive in English, to generate thoughts originally from their meaning in English. And that's exactly how today's AI behaves. Today's AI learns millions of sentences, the whole world of internet of text, and minimizes its output prediction error. it's just getting bigger and bigger. It keeps every single information that exists in this world to generate some proper output, to fix their inability in forming deep, high-level connection or reason beyond pattern. They just get bigger and bigger. They're like me trying to learn English without ever building the inner concept of English words. But human can do better. Today, I'm here to talk to you about a computational model of how human brain works. I'm here today to talk to you about predictive coding. My name is Faiza Habibi. As a researcher coming from Neural Adaptive Computing Lab, my focus is on predictive coding. In fact, over the last 2 years, I've been entirely focused on learning and understanding the predictive coding. Today, we have 20 minutes together, and I'm very glad that I have the chance to share some of the lessons I learned during this journey. First, I will start with give you a brief picture of how your brain actually works. Then I will walk you through very briefly about predictive coding dynamics and how that can explain your brain inner dynamics. And finally, I will connect it to the question that what today AI lacks that predictive coding offers, which explains why predictive coding, that I say PC in short, is so exciting in building beneficial AGI. Because after all, we are gathering for BGI. So we start with a brief picture of how your brain works. Let's say you are given 8 pixels in a sequence that are all in pink, and the 9th pixel has not yet come. Your brain doesn't wait for input, it predicts it. And it makes the most simple prediction, and it predicts it pink. But there are 2 possible scenarios that might happen. Either your brain was right and the pixel is in pink, or it was wrong. For both scenarios, your brain had the same prediction, but the outcomes might be different. Let's say we have the first scenario where the reality matches your prediction. The retina, the door of your brain, measures the error in its prediction, and it is 0. But what if the prediction doesn't match the reality? Then you have error signals, which are useful information that's worth further processing. So the retina sends that information to your brain. Let's put 0 for perfect prediction and 1 for error. And let's say this is an example of an image, an input image or scene with least information, but this is an image that, as an example, that has more information for your brain. More information requires more energy for further processing. And retina's job, which is a door to your brain, is efficiently encode and transmit only the useful signal to your brain, to save energy, to don't waste energy for predictable signal. And okay, now we know that retina is bringing efficiency to your brain. But what does that actually mean? In 1962, Hubel and Wessel did experiments, and they showed that distinct simple cells in our primary visual cortex are responding to bars of varying orientation. It means that that retina brought a sparsity to your neural activations, and which brings efficiency for energy usage in your brain. But the story doesn't end here. They had an unexpected observation. They observed something that they couldn't explain it, which is called end-stopping phenomena or end-stop cells behavior. A vigorous response to an stimuli that was most likely to activate neuron was reduced or eliminated when it extends beyond a certain length. It is just a very fancy way of saying if you have longer line, the activations that was here are getting eliminated or reduced. So now we know how your brain is working inside, or we have some clues. So we know it is efficient, we know it is sparse, it has a sparse activation, and we know that there is a phenomenon named end-stopping, that if we are going to model our brain, it should have all of these properties. But how can we explain the dynamic of brain as a whole unified system? Here, I'm gonna tell you a brief and simple story that explains how PC emerged. In 1996, Olshason and Field proposed a computational model that was about to explain the inner dynamic of your brain. It was called sparse coding. It is a sparse model that was able to successfully represent an input vector in terms of just a small number of activations. When sparse coding exposed to natural images, it learns filters detecting lines of varying orientation, closely matching to those primary cortex simple cells. Sparse coding offers a computational explanation for how your brain works. It was sparse and efficient. It had those edge detective filters, but it was unable to explain the end-stopping phenomena. So we need a better model. We are not yet, at that time, able to explain how the brain actually works because it was not complete. So this signals that we have to bring a new model. And this brings me to the core idea of my talk about predictive coding. So in a sparse coding model, we had a single layer network which learned those filters, edge detecting filters. And the neurons in a sparse coding was used to explain or reconstruct the input. In 1999, exactly the year I born, so I born with PC, Rao and Ballard proposed a more general framework for how to explain brain. It adopts a single mechanism to explain all the observation we had so far. And it was inspired by the way your retina is reducing the information, the redundant information. Predictive coding, in simple, says each level of neurons in your brain should be able to predict their next level neuron activation. And what it can't be predicted, it becomes prediction error or the surprise. All PC that is trying to say is the efficiency should be all over your brain. And it should be all over the computational framework that we are making for explaining the brain. The explained signal should be suppressed or cancelled out. And only the unexplained signal should propagate it forward to the upper level of your brain area. Which means that all your brain is doing in each layer is to explaining away the prediction error. And this is the mathematical way that predictive coding dynamic works. I'm sure not many people here like math. But similar to our visual brain, in simple words, predictive coding is trying to explain what is in the scene in a picture by finding the best way it can to predict sensory input using the full resources it has at hand in a hierarchical manner. It is offering us a sparse and energy-efficient model. It offers also the same kind of edge selective filters similar to sparse coding. And most importantly, it offers a computational explanation for end-stopping phenomena. It says end-stopping phenomena is an extended energy efficiency that goes to all of your brain in a hierarchical manner. Taken together, these clues, all of them say that raw input pixel signals are not going to your brain. Your brain, or models of your brain, are compressing the redundancy and trying to explain away the prediction error in hierarchical manner and learn the unknown, not learning everything. Modern deep learning models, they often optimize only the output prediction error, and they just ignore the intermediate terms that helps us to explain how human brain actually works. It crosses all of the terms that are useful, and it became too simplified. It actually sends the raw pixel information to the model from the beginning to the end. And it only and only learns to predict a good output. It is like me learning English, which turned out not to be so useful when I was trying to think deeply and connect dots using English. We made AI so simplified, and it requires more data to learn, similar to my vocabulary size. It's increasing and increasing. For processing those information, it is just getting bigger and bigger. And for a model with more parameters, we require more resources, more computational resources. And there are many disadvantages to that. For example, one of them is carbon footprint of ML processes, which is not too beneficial. And we are here for beneficial AGI. So at the end, now we know AI has problems. I'm gonna tell you what predictive coding offers for the future of AI and bringing us beneficial AGI. The first one is green AI. Predictive coding is more energy efficient, and it significantly reduces our carbon footprint. The second one is planning. By explicitly modeling the uncertainty in all levels of abstraction, predictive coding enables adaptive planning that becomes more efficient as confidence increases. So it helps humans to make more informed decisions. And it is more reliable. Today's AI is making everything up. It is trained to make things up for you. And I'm not sure if we can make it to just say correct things. We cannot rely on them to do the job for us. But predictive coding offers a model that explicitly is designed to measure the uncertainty. And it informs you about every single output and decision it is making for you or giving to you. So you can make more informed decision or better decision. It is more reliable. In this presentation, I gave you a brief picture of your brain, how it looks like inside. I showed you how predictive coding can mirror the mechanism in your brain. And also, we talked through some of the real benefits that predictive coding offers to the field of AI. this is the picture I put because I think it's cool and I like it. But my presentation was, I think, more technical than others. It includes science and math and differs from other presentation in this event. But I did this because I love this and it's my work. And I'm very pleased that I had the opportunity to share with you the things that I worked on. And I really believe that predictive coding is a right step towards the future of AI. Everybody here in this room, we know that current AI have problems, have limitations. And today's AI is not gonna take us to AGI or BGI. I'm sure many of us believe this. And we are searching for new solutions. We are searching for new opportunities. After my presentation today, I hope I helped you to better understand what predictive coding is and what it offers for the future of AI. I hope I could spark some interest in you about the field of predictive coding and research in this field. And most of all, I hope I could convince you that this is the next plausible right step towards AGI. Thank you. Oh,
So brilliant, so
thank you.
amazing, so passionate. Thank you very much for bringing this here today, for bringing us onto the technical level. We have thought about how we think for as long as we've been humans, probably. And now we're actually getting to test our thoughts about how we think and understand both how we can build that and ourselves
Yeah.
to new enlightenment. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Faiza.
Thank
That was
you.
amazing.
Thank you.
So we're going to skip right past the coffee break. Please feel free, as needed, to get a little bit of caffeine. And though I'm sure that this woke us all up and enlivened and inspired all of us. But we're going to move into our next session as well. So our next conversation turns to one of the most complex frontiers in applied AI, going from our theory to how we can put this to use, to beneficial purposes, to the protection and betterment of humanity. So we're going to look at security and crime prevention. So moderated by the amazing Janet Adams, COO of SingularityNET, whom we've seen in so many topics and presences on the stage, and now talking about something that she's very passionate about bringing here today, with a fireside chat that brings together Zero Shadow and Sergei Shalyapin to explore how AGI can be used to fight crime responsibly. As AI grows more powerful, its potential for surveillance, prediction, and protection also grows, but so do the ethical dilemmas. So this session will unpack how to balance the innovation with privacy and how to ensure that intelligent systems designed for safety do not become the tools of control. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Zero Shadow.
Thanks, everyone. Can you hear me okay? I think that's working okay.
Yes.
Well, I have to say, following the amazing Faizi on stage I'm not even going to try. So I'm very, very honored to be here today with Sergei Shalyapin, CTO of SingularityNET and head of our Neurocognitive Architectures Lab, and Casey from Zero Shadow, who are our absolutely excellent and brilliant cybersecurity partners at SingularityNET and across our ecosystem. Now, is there some chatting needs to go on at the back at the moment? Is that what we're all doing? Maybe we could move the chatting out, please. Thank you. Right, so we've got 3 key topics we're going to cover with you here today. The first one is going to be how and why we need to use AI to combat bad actors in cybercrime space. Casey, please share your experiences and thoughts on this. And if we could
Sure.
get a little quiet at the back, someone please, Philip or someone, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Janet. So just to kind of give some context to the sort of scope of things that are happening, specifically in the crypto space related to cybercrime. In 2024, there is over 148,000 victims who reported their crime to the FBI through their IC3 program, right? So it's a huge, huge number of people who are getting hurt every day. And that's a very small portion of those who actually probably did not report their crime. And so the challenge is there's a huge number of victims, but there's no support for the victims, both emotionally, but also financially to recover their funds. And so that's really one of the key areas that I think there's amazing work that is being done, and all the presentations are just incredible to infuse beneficial sort of like thoughts and processes and guidance into the AI itself. But one of the tasks we have is just to simply use AI to build capacity and to build sort of understanding in the right way to help more people. So it's a use of AI. And so one of the things that we're focused on is in order to help all these victims. Each victim that comes in typically takes somewhere between 4 to 5 hours to interview them, right? It's a social engineering problem usually. So if you multiply that number of crimes times 5 hours, that's a lot of human resources. And so working on the sort of designs and things to work with Sergey and the team to help build agents who can do the interview process and sort of do the victim intake to help emotionally get them to a safe place, because a lot are on a very thin sort of sheet of ice between sort of like living and sort of deciding not to live. It's a very crisis management situation, but at the same time gather the evidence we can actually hopefully solve the crime. So that's kind of where we're using some concepts and building in AI to help more people.
And the number of cases reported is just the tip of the iceberg, right? So,
Yeah.
and those are US based.
US based, yeah.
And how many at Zero Shadow? I know you help a lot of those
Yeah.
those victims.
Yeah.
What proportion of the victims do you think we're able to reach with human resources today?
Yeah, so it's a lot for a human-based company, but we help about 100 victims a month on the civil side, the individual side, and that's all our pro bono work. We also do the high sort of like crimes and nation state, things like that, but that's the sort of different side. But it's only 100, right? So over years, 1,200 out of 148,000, so it's a small drop. Each one is important, but it's just not scalable to meet the sort of like severity of the situation.
Yeah, indeed, and a very, very critical situation and getting worse all the time, as we'll come on to in our next point, as bad actors also start using these tools. Sergey, could we have your perspective on what are the opportunities and the types of AI technologies that we can deploy? And really, if anyone could shut that door for me at the back, it would be super helpful. Thank you, Sergey.
Yeah, the problem is obvious, and in this area we can definitely leverage AI tools just in sort of scale up the positive experience to solve more cases in the right way. And maybe it can be done to a large extent and even on the current level of technology. But still, there are some use cases which are really hard to tackle, especially in specific actions which have really low tolerance, risk tolerance, or zero risk tolerance. For example, psychological support, I would say, needs much more advanced technical approaches than, let's say, wrapping up some generative AI and supplying it with tool sets just to implement in the area and scale up the best practices. So for psychological support, we need some implicit logic implemented because it's really sensitive. But anyway, yes, we can use AI. We have to use AI here to scale up good experience and solve as much use cases as possible.
Thank you. And you make such a good point about the psychological support, having zero error tolerance. And Casey, it always impresses me how many people you help in your organization on a pro bono basis. And we had one example last year, one case, which was a SingularityNET victim of a SingularityNET community member who fell prey to a job phishing scam. And actually, he's quite open about us saying this, but he told us that the support we gave him saved his life because he lost all his savings. He was at a very, very low point in his life, and it was only the support from Zero Shadow and, in fact, SingularityNET that kept him here on the planet with us. And so Sergey's point about when we scale up the psychological tools for psychological support is extremely apt, because people can be at their very, very, very lowest ebb in life when they've just been the victim of of any kind of crime, but certainly a major crime and something that has materially impacted their wealth and their ability to support their families and live their lives. So what about the bad actors themselves? Now, clearly, our AI tools grow ever more powerful, and talk to us about how bad actors are using those, Casey, please.
Sure. So there's some of those you may know, but in Southeast Asia, is one of the highest forms of human trafficking is to go into these sort of slavery camps. Actually, they lure them in with a job at a casino or other types of things, but they ended up becoming sort of modern slaves. And so there's these compounds with sort of wire fences, and it's on the hundreds of thousands of people who are contained there. I say that because they are essentially sort of kind of keepers of AI agents. And so a lot of times they used to have 12 phones on the desk, and they would sort of send those messages you probably always get, like, hey, see you at 7 o'clock at the restaurant. You're like, who is this? Right? Those messages had been generated by people, right? Typically phones, they would just type those out and just try to get purchase, try to get a connection. Now what they're doing is they sort of use sort of AI agents to automate the conversations with you to begin, right? So their resources have become somewhat more infinite, right, in capacity to sort of like get purchase and get the relationship started. Then they'll transfer it once it's mature enough over to somebody who has the fine tuning to sort of actually create the exploit sequence. And so they're using a lot of AI for discovery and capacity in those sort of learning models and how they define their playbooks. They have different playbooks that they learn for a white male in Canada, age 45 to 55, versus like a mom in the UK who has these conditions. And so they have a pretty wide array of different scenarios they can play out depending upon who they sort of gain that relationship with.
So it's a crime on so many different levels, really, where these young people are trapped into compounds. So you have the humans being forced to scam the humans, and then you have the AI coming in behind. One of my favorite tools, actually, have you ever seen, is a granny AI, anti AI bot who draws in the scammers and wastes their time, and an AI granny being fished is one of the best tools I've seen. But Sergey, talk to us about how bad actors are using AI, and you made a really excellent point earlier about how it's so much easier for bad actors to use AI than for good actors to use AI. Talk to us, please.
Yeah, from the point of having beneficial AGI, we are in a really dangerous situation right now, because generative AI is so easy to use for social engineering, and that's a dramatic gap between like using it for bad things and using it for good things. So to use it for bad things, we can just have one successful fraud, like one case of on 8,000 of cases, and that's enough. So really, utilizing it for bad is really easier. And when you build a shield, you need protection close to 100%. And even the whole technology, generative AI, is quite vulnerable still to hallucinations and making false statements. So it's even technically seems to be impossible. So I guess we should think about AGI class architectures implemented there, and that's one of the most important use cases to implement the architectures which can operate many variables at a time, which can have explicit logic representing a clear motivation, representing like activities which can be tackled, can be explored, and which are absolutely clear for all the parties. Otherwise, you would just still implement black boxes. We multiply the complexity here, and we multiply bad practices. It's just no way to prevent it. We will be always reactive, not proactive.
Thank you, Sergey. So that was a real like light bulb moment for me that I hadn't really considered before. That for bad actors, they don't have to test. They don't care if it fails. They don't have any regulations to pass. They don't have governance boards to go through and ethics programs. And so the speed at which they can adapt and evolve and utilize our beautiful technologies as we develop them as a tech community for nefarious purposes is pretty scary, actually. And I'm very glad that we have this focus here on combating that encroachment of the dark forces into our technologies. So if we move on to AGI next, then. So far we've talked about AI. You've introduced the concept of AGI class architectures, Sergey. This is one of the very key risks, I guess two key risks here. One is AGI itself becoming bad actor-ish, bad actors, etc. And the second one is nefarious actors using our AGI technologies as we develop them for devastating, potentially devastating purposes. And we covered some of this in David's, in our precautionary versus proactionary debate earlier. But Sergey, how do we defend ourselves against these two enormous threats?
We need novel infrastructure and AGI class tech stack implemented. That's the thing we need. The biggest threat is having stupid AI and deploy it in all of the actions of our life. Having smart AI, having deeply interconnected AI, having AI with explicit and clear motivation, with explicit and clear logic, which is fully transparent, is not an issue, but it's not a bug, but a feature. So the point is, the more we work on AI, the more this area is accelerating, the more we need AGI class architectures to prevent, to cover all the risks and address all these issues. And they need to be addressed technically. I will just mention, just introduce the SI chain, for example, that was also designed to address these risks, to introduce decentralized environment which can operate AGI class architectures and technology which is needed to be utilized there. They cannot be supplementary. That need to be a foundational layer. So we could have this explicit logic in all the operations. We just cannot deal with black boxes anymore. This creates a lot of chaos, and this chaos might be more and more multiplied. So I think recipe is proactive development and deployment of AGI class tech stack, tools, environments, and solutions.
Thank you. Well, if we have time, I want to come back and just unpick this, what you mean by AGI class architectures for the audience. But Casey, when we met Casey and some of his team in Thailand about a year ago, I gave them the job. Particularly one very talented investigator on his team, and said, "Your job is to stop bad actors using our AGI." He thought that was a fair challenge. How can Zero Shadow help us, and how can you see that we can use the type of resources, investigative systems, excellence and brilliance that you have to help protect our AGI against turning rogue and or being utilized by bad actors?
Sure. So I'd say a couple things. I think everybody in this room and here, I think there's amazing people developing the technology and the frameworks and the architectures really well. What I would sort of just provide as a caution is that let's say you have these sort of like agents and this architecture being built. One concern of ours is, let's say I took Sergey's child hostage and I said, you create a backdoor into that agent. I'm not going to exploit it right now, but you create that passes the test so I can use it later, or you're not going to see your daughter again.
I'm glad you said daughter, so I won't be traumatized, because Sergey doesn't have a daughter. It's okay.
So we have to be concerned about the human surface attack area, right? When we're doing these things. It's overlooked, but yet it is over 90% of how the crime happens, right? It's the people, right? It's the vulnerabilities, it's our heart, it's our love that is taken advantage of, both on the sort of civilian crimes, like the most vulnerable people are those like my mom and many of you, of course, here who trust, right? Who love, right? Somebody comes in and they'll sort of welcome them in, right? First, those are the vulnerable people, right? Those who are on the bad side, that's their perfect victim target, right? So we have to be careful, not just of the technological side, but of those who have access controls and sort of the ability to implement sort of like seemingly sort of innocuous code that doesn't do anything, but could potentially sort of let somebody else into the system to create hallucinations or changes or modify the controls that say, be a nice AGI, right? To say, well, most of the time. That'd be a fundamental change, right? They sort of could derail the sort of like system over time, right? So I think that'd be my suggestion, is just making sure that all the areas, whether it's operational security, access controls, people management, physical security, those are things that we don't really think about because we're in a state of love and kindness. But we have to sort of make sure that we do that so that our path, our intent can actually sort of reach its full impact without being sort of derailed by those who don't care.
Thank you. And that's such a good point as well, because we think of cybersecurity as being, technologically driven, but actually your torch program at Zero Shadow, which we've implemented and are continuously implementing with Sergey and his team at SingularityNET, provides all of that training, the policies, the access controls. You're right, it's the human hearts that have the ability to be manipulated and broken. Sergey, what's an AGI class architecture, very briefly?
That's mostly about, first of all, about neurosymbolic architectures. So we really need some implicit logic implemented. So if oversimplifying this, that's about architectures which are clear and transparent in the sense how they program it. And even if they have a capability to improve themselves, how they do that. So this sort of architectures don't need any reverse engineering. They're explicit in that sense. That's really important. They tend to operate knowledge, not data, and produce knowledge and operate mixtures of knowledge and data, but they're knowledge grounded, not just pure data grounded. Yeah, that's just more complex. That's not one-shot generators of something, not reflex parametric bodies, which we train with deep learning and afterwards try to improve and supplement with some tools and techniques. they need to be designed in the right way, right from the start. So motivational systems should work, like logical grounding in programming should be there, like a foundational layer. That's the major thing. And if we have all of this, that can be deployed as like large-scale systems, they can be deployed even in decentralized framework, which brings the most of vulnerability for stupid AIs to be deployed there. And this class of architectures can be explicitly interconnected by clear logic. So they're much harder to hack and much harder to hack than people are vulnerable to be hacking with social engineering also.
Right, right. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. This is such an important topic, and thank you all for being here and listening. Thank you, Sergey. I'm so comforted by the fact that we have you on this journey into the unknown with our super powerful technologies, and extraordinarily grateful for all the work you do for us as CTO of SingularityNET and all the brilliant talent that you've sponsored and mentored that have been speaking and here around us this week. And Casey, very, very big thanks to everything that you do for us at SingularityNET and for the world at large in this really, really, really important and just heartbreaking area of technology. Thank you for coming to BGI 25. Any closing thoughts from you before we wrap up?
The only thing I would say is like amongst all the technologies, don't forget the human side, right? People who are sort of a victim of crime, they're really lonely, right? So like open your heart. Like if somebody seems concerned or confused or whatever, sit down with them. The number one thing to avoid sort of being socially exploited, we recommend to people is ask a friend to see what they think as well. So getting that sort of like validation point. So, be open, friendly, sort of, obviously as you all are here, but just maybe sort of like one extra sort of like hello or something like that to sort of like open up the communication to somebody who might be at risk.
Thank you very much. That's a beautiful way to end. Oh, okay, we'll take one question. Is that Jerome? Yeah. Hi, Jerome.
Yeah. Is it possible to not only identify a problem?
Could we get a microphone, please, to Jerome?
That's where I can shout.
I know, but it won't work on for streaming, not as easily. And we have all our live people listening and the recording as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome.
Is there a way that you can think in terms of not just identifying and then addressing, but instead anticipating and intervening so that the act cannot be done?
Excellent question. Thank you, Jerome. Casey, we should start with you.
Sure. We talked a little bit about the sort of predictive side of things, right? So generally when we look at, if you think about it just like a normal crime, right? We sort of determine patterns of behavior, right? So we call them TTPs, tactics, and procedures. So we do that. So we kind of try to do that. We try to create like this understanding of the way that they're going to act and then sort of go further back in time so we can identify it earlier in the sort of like life cycle of the crime. So it's a really good point. So we do that. One of the challenges is the human attack surface area. It becomes an education aspect, right? Like if you identify these things and this person is talking in a certain way or they say these things, get a second opinion or whatever. But on a technical level, we do, right? So I think after the crime happens, it's a really good question. So we can determine whether it's, let's say, North Korea or sort of a scammer or a script kid or whatever it happens to be. So those predictive models help us sort of predict where the money's going, right? They have certain behaviors and patterns of illicit sort of like sort of transferring money and laundering. So you're right. So it is a really important part as much as you can. I know there's more predictive stuff that Sergey can talk about on the technical
There is,
side.
but we're being told our time is up. I don't know if you've got a 30-second answer, Sergey?
Just
30 seconds.
really short one. That's a really good question, and thank you for that. Yeah, definitely. We need to move. We need to be more proactive and give technical answer to all of this, all of these issues, not mostly acting as a police solving the crime use cases, but building a sort of immune systems which can act as a foundational layer for everything. So for both centralized and decentralized deployments. That's really important. I truly believe that AGI tech stack can help with this and can solve this problem. Yes, so to let our AGI be really beneficial.
Thank you. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Casey. Thanks, Jerome, for the question. All righty, back to you, Haley.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you so much for this important conversation. And Casey, as Janet said, a beautiful space to end on, where perhaps one of the best antidotes to the misuse of AI is actually human touch amongst ourselves, or at least one of them.
Yeah, so it's a great honor and pleasure to introduce the next speaker. I mean, so we know in this room that building AGI and creating a beneficial singularity, it's not about the nation state system. It's not about any particular company. It's not about any particular organization, even this one, right? I mean, this is something our species is doing to advance and uplift its own situation and better itself, and to launch worthy successors and partners of various sorts. But in the sort of a mainstream world, the narratives that we see are quite different, and there's all this talk about arms races between different countries, and then battles for domination of markets by companies. And these will exist. They have to exist. It's how human nature is. But by the same token, we need to work to overcome these local divisions and to make sure the path to beneficial AGI is done in a sort of holistic and unified way across the whole world and the whole human species. So a lot of the narrative we see about AI now is an AI arms race between the US and China, with sort of Taiwan living strangely in the middle of the two. And you can look at it that way. You can also look at what's happening as a global phenomenon, because Chinese researchers are uploading papers into arXiv, uploading code into GitHub every day, and all the code being written in the US is being run on hardware where many parts come out of the amazing Chinese supply chain and manufacturing ecosystem. So there's a lot of global dynamics going on that we just take for granted, and it isn't in the headlines. So I mean, I was born in Brazil, grew up in America. I'm evidently not Chinese. You can see from looking at my face, but I'm a Hong Kong permanent resident, though. And well, although I've been living in Seattle the last few years, and I lived in Hong Kong 9 to 10 years. My wife is mainland Chinese. My kids are half Chinese. I spent a lot of time in mainland China, and one thing that's not so widely known is, before China in 2019, 2020 made a big turn toward AI, then post ChatGPT into AGI, like there's been, just like in the West, there's been a long chain of futurist and transhumanist thinking in mainland China, and it's also many decades old in China, just as it is in Russia, Latin America, and other parts of the world. So our next speaker, Mingyu Wang, he's a lot younger than I am. I can't say he's one of the first Chinese transhumanist thinkers, but I think we met maybe 13 years ago, and at that point he'd already been thinking about transhumanist ideas and spreading them to his friends and network for a number of years. And we had many conversations back then, 2012, 2013, like, how can we spread knowledge about AGI, nanotechnology, life extension in the Chinese community to get real positive work going on there. So I really wanted to have all the parts of the world represented here. We don't quite have every nation on the planet. But it's great to have Mingyu here to share some of his thoughts on where we are now and where we're going in terms of getting to beneficial AGI and realizing some of the transhumanist ideas that he and I have been talking about for 13 years. And China's obviously going to play a big role in this development, but not necessarily mainly in a competitive arms race sense, more just as a huge number of people, huge amount of technological brilliance, huge amount of infrastructure, which is going to play a lot of role in what is self-organizing across the planet. So yeah, let's hear from Mingyu Wang.
A really nice call out to you, didn't
Yeah. Just one second.
Okay.
There it is. We can hear you well now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for Ben's introduction. But sorry for my English, poor English speaking. So I will share in Chinese later. Yeah. So my talking is with a story. Maybe people will know the story. It's the 权力的游戏 yeah the translator yeah
Ring of Thrones
yeah 我会通过讲故事的形式来分享一下那个关于就是人工智能的一些
I want
问
to
题
express my
对
feelings by speaking some stories, and I tell them about intelligence, agriculture, AI. Sorry for that, because it's my first time to speak in this field, so sorry for that.
Okay so how can I okay this okay sorry is this one
Just a moment.
Oh.
There we go. Now it should work.
Oh, okay. Yes. In the 2050, I co-write this book with Ben and Ben's father and maybe and Max Moore and Doug Gray. I share something about China will OK I speak in Chinese。我在那本书里面就是讲述了就是中国未来的一些发展的那个趋势，然后
in this book I described about the future of the China.
对，然后这10年中国的那个发展和我当时在书里面提到的，其实那个轨迹是非常相像的。
What I tell in this book and the 10 years of the China, it's similar.
对，然后现在的话，其实，在超级人工智能的创造上，我们知道主要的力量其实就是中国跟美国。然后，如果有超级智能出现的话，其实很有可能是来自这2个国家的这个力量。这个是我个人的一个观点。
In my opinion, if the superpower exist and in the near or long future, China and America, USA's power is the same. Near to the same.
超级智能is super intelligent.
Super intelligent.
Yeah. 对，然后next one. 对， 然后对于对于人工智能来说，其实我认为它主要就是有2个威胁。一个威胁的话就是没有意识的那个人工智能，它就像这个《权力的游戏》里面说的一样，它就像那个夜鬼一样，它就是相当于比如说一个疯狂复制的那个人工智能。然后它就会像这个夜鬼一样吞噬我们整个有意识的、有生命的这个世界，这个是来自人工智能的这样的一个威胁。
It's like this picture. If I think I come up is good for me. Sorry for that.
OK，
稍微等一下，稍微等一下，我还是上来一下，在那边我的注意力稍微集中不了了，确实不好意思。I'm so sorry. It's my first time to speak in front of this big people. So, and normally I speak Turkish and Chinese. So today I speak English and Chinese. So I'm a little nervous about that. Sorry for that. And because this field is new to me, and it's another field. So sorry for that. 您再次跟我说一下吧。
就是我认为来自人工智能主要有2大威胁。第一个威胁是无意识，就是没有意识的人工智能。然后比如说在疯狂复制的情况下，会吞噬我们，吞噬有生命的世界。
His meaning is AI is awareness. So we can copy it, and maybe in the future, the AI will take our field and take our life like that.
OK，然后另一个大的威胁的话，其实就是来自于有意识的那个超级智能。
Another threat is some super intelligence is with of awareness.
对，这是来自人工智能2大威胁。那么我们人类就是如果要到达后人类的那个时代，那么其实我们主要对于我们达到那个未来世界的威胁，就是人工智能的威胁，还有一个就是有可能就是各个国家竞争产生的那个核战争，当然这个风险是很小的。
I think in our post human time, maybe there are 2 different of threats. One is about it maybe comes from by the in AI, and another one is comes from the different countries between the different countries war like that.
对，然后现在我们就是在世界这边，现在中国跟美国之间的那个对抗，是相对比较激烈的，相对比较激烈的。
It's so hard conflict nowadays. It's a hard conflict between China and the USA.
对，我认为就像《权力的游戏》里面一样，各个国家之间的那个竞争也好，或者各个国家之间的竞争，其实并不是最重要的一个这样的一个事情。最重要的事情其实是来自于人工智能的这样的一个威胁。
I think it's like the film Game of Thrones. It's maybe not so difficult or so hard to people like this. It's no mercy like that. But he thinks. 再次说一下啊，那一句还要再一次说一下好吗？
就是
不像这个电影，这
哦，对
个电影。
，OK，我说就是说，我们达到后人类的那个未来，比各个国家之间的那个竞争要重要得多。对这么翻。
It's maybe a little important conflict between the different countries.
Yeah, maybe 我用英语说一下，对。Yeah, we go to the post-human age is so more important since the 国家竞争啊。
Conflicts between the countries.
Yeah, so it's just
Steve Jobs.
Nickel pro taught in the跳。So yeah，然后像超级智能的那个威胁的话，它其实等
The
一下
threats of the super intelligence.
超级智能的威胁的话，其实就是相当于一个比我们更强大的这样的一个存在来取代我们，这个是超级智能的威胁。
It's the threats about super intelligence. Maybe is some in the long future it takes our lives and it takes our actions and what we do.
在各个实体，就是我们不确定是哪个公司或者哪个国家创造出超级智能的情况下，这个威胁是还是存在的。
Whatever the ages and whenever and where which country and who founds it or who does in super intelligence, it's threats as the same and it will be kept for the long future.
那么我们其实我们人类要确保的事情就是我们本身要成为就是要通过脑机接口等技术，就是成为超级智能本身，而不是说创造出一个就是超级人工智能出来取代我们。
We need to make some neural links like human machine power and don't let super intelligence takes people and lets people be their slaves.
对，然后在这里我很高兴的看到，其实Humanity Plus 在做很多相应的工作，就比如说前天的时候，我在会议上看到Gerald
Jerome
Clan 的分享，然后他会在这个组织。他会在联合国的这个组织上，就是提出了Beneficial AGI 的这样的一个影响。
He told us this man and who is from the BDT and he did a great work about this Council of Presidents of the United Nations General Assembly, and his meaning is this association is to create jobs about super intelligence and about computer human work.
对，然后超人类主义的那个思想，其实现在正在比如说影响像联合国还有各国政府这样的一些大型的组织，这样子会让我们就是实现超人类主义成为后人类、成为超级智能的这样的一个可能性在增大。
His meaning is far ahead of thinkings, imaginations like Elon Musk and his Neuralink like that, and these types of things in the Council of Presidents of the United Nations and other places may be taken in the future, and it will make our future so bright.
对，但是这一个愿景的话，虽然说目前我们在就是就事情正在转好，但是还不足够。
But at the present, it's begin to get better, but it's not enough.
就像马斯克说的一样，在政府里面的话，它过多的力量就是用来进行一些那个利益之间的那个利益矛盾，会让政府的精力就是把它过多的放在那个利益矛盾上。
As Elon Musk said, in the government, the big power is about how to make money and how to get the benefits like that.
就像马斯克说的一样，他想改善，比如说像美国政府组织，但是他说的一样，他的经历其实是一个疯狂副本的经历，他觉得是有心无力的。
As Elon Musk said, he wants to make it better, but because he's a person and it's just by himself can't do anything. So all the American system or the government needs to do some work with him together.
那么简单来说的话，我认为就是我们目前通往后人类的三大阻碍，其实第一个就是来自于无意识AI 这样的一个破坏影响。
From my point of view, I want to say three samples. One of them is awareness, like Intel AI.
第二个威胁就是来自于有意识的超级智能对我们的一个取代。
The second one is the second threat. Second threat to the humans is AI takes persons and people's reaction and takes humanity's space.
第三个大的威胁来自于各国之间恶性竞争有可能导致的全面核战争。
The third one is because of the wars between the countries and its core conflicts like that.
然后，如果我们就是把这三大威胁，就是那个风险降低的情况下，我们就有更多的这样的一个可能性，达到我们成为后人类或者超级智能的这样的一个未来。
If he makes these three threats make no or maybe or future will be greater and this field may be so bright in the future.
也就是说，我们现在目前所处的这个时间，其实是一个很微妙的窗口。
It's a small. Now we are talking about it's the small pieces. It's like a small wind, like that.
如果我们能够安全的、顺利的，就是走过这个时期。
If he goes pass through this time fluently and safely.
那么我们将会来到一个后人类的超级智能的，或者说生命3.0的这样的一个时代。
Then we will go to the post-humanist time, post-humanist time, and it will so. 不好意思，那个
哪一句？
那个最后一句再说一遍吧。最后一句。
就是我们将会到达一个后人类的
we will get
后人类
post-humans
超级智能或者生命3.0的时代。
and superhumanism and the 3.0 decade.
然后的话，但是目前我有所担心的就是那个脑机接口这些技术，它比人工智能的发展就是明显落后。
As I think up to now, the computer power and the neural link is not as good as super intelligent.
但是如果我们就是有一个时间窗口，就是在
It's a time zone
强大的那个 AI 工具
by the high quality AI techniques
和超级智能
and
创造出来的这个时间窗口期。
and by the superpower we can do 做出来什么？
就是说在
做出来什么呢？你就在说是就是
就是说在强大的 AI 工具跟超级智能之间有一个重要的时间窗口。
between the two different super intelligent and the computer human time, we need to zone.
对，在这个时间窗口内，我们如果能够开发出足够先进的那个脑机接口技术，那么我们就可以就是比较顺利的过渡成为超级智能。
If we can produce a high quality computer human techniques at this period, we can do great jobs about the superpower.
Super intelligent 超级智能。
Super intelligent. Sorry for that.
如果就是说，如果我们不能顺利的做到这一点，而是说先创造出了有意识的超级智能，那么我们很有可能就会被他们所取代，或者被他们所控制。
If we can produce any awareness of techniques, maybe in the long future we will be taken by the super intelligent.
那么当然我刚才已经分享了。
Then I also shared some minutes before.
我包括
as
General
Jerome Gilling
等在内，就是对很多大型的那个组织产生了一些有利的这样的一个影响。
by some organizations did some efficient work,
包括
beneficial work.
包括本在内，就是正在就是创造出Benefit AGI。
We can produce PGI 是什么呀
？Benefit AGI，Benefit AGI 就是会创本Goertzel will found the Benefit AGI。Yeah.
Benefit AGI, it's a new word to me. Sorry for that.
我已经说，然后这些就是有利于我们就是过渡成为超级智能的这些力量的存在，有这些力量的存在。
It's beneficial for us to we have the super intelligent power.
那么我在这里就祝愿我们能够成为超级智能本身，而不是只是作为超级智能的这样的一个开机程序。
I want to be part of the super intelligent, all of us, but not be a producer or founder or the leader of the super intelligent.
Yes. So thank you. Yes.
So I appreciate.
对我的分享结束了，感谢大家。
My speaking is finished. Thank you. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wang Mingyu. Thank you for joining us here today. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And for that presentation, for showing us, the global nature, the nature that transcends languages, countries. It's all of humanity looking toward this future, looking to express this together, each with our own individual space or variant, but looking in a direction and wanting to share this together. I'm also reminded, looking at you on stage with your companion here, how much we're all here together. I derive great energy and support from everybody who's here sharing today with me and is so beautifully joining this space. And we're all better together. Thank you. So next we have, we're going to shift gears as we do, and look at into the nature of economics and abundance on the future. So we have Mario Kasuragi and Chris Kirkpatrick. Mario is CFO of SingularityNET and helpful in a myriad of our projects as well. And I don't have Chris's information. Please, you'll have to share yourself, and I apologize. I did have that. I don't have it. Oh, here we go. Creator of Cash Flow Hacking and founder of Life 180. I knew I had it. And we're going to talk about unlocking freedom with AI. And as AI reshapes industries, it's exploring how AI will reshape us and opportunities and abundance in the world. So thank you for joining today.
Thank you, Haley.
Awesome being here.
So I am going to provoke some topics and hopefully inspire some conversation between you. So I want to look first at AI as a catalyst for financial freedom and human empowerment. I mean, we have the now, which is extremely important, and the short term, and we'll be looking off into the future as well. But right now, these tools are maturing and changing how we interact economically in very vital ways. So AI can automate financial management, but does automation truly liberate people or risk creating a new kind of dependence on algorithms for life decisions?
You want to go first? You want me?
Please.
So for me, I think one of the beautiful things about AI is the ability to connect deeper with ourselves. We've been talking a lot about consciousness at the event this weekend, and I've had a lot of conversations on the side of what is consciousness, and for me, a lot of people have been talking about it as this theoretical state of awareness, or, is a thing conscious or is it not conscious or whatever. And to me, when I think about my mission statement for my company is to help people elevate consciousness with money. And to me, it comes down to awareness, and it comes down to being able to be more in alignment and more intentional with our money, and take the subconscious programming and behaviors and identities and beliefs and be more aware of them, and bring them to the surface and be more intentional about them. And I truly believe that, a lot of people have been saying here that the biggest struggle, the biggest risk to AI is humans, right? It's like the AGI is either going to fail or succeed based on how humans kind of set it all up. I'm not an AI expert, but like, I believe the same as with our money. People struggle with money because their money is not in alignment with their values and beliefs. And for us to be better in that space, it's utilizing frameworks and elevating consciousness and awareness and intentionality, and utilizing money as a tool to create the life that we want to live, to create a life of meaning and fulfillment and contribution. And unfortunately, I just see on a micro level, people are just not doing that. And I think where AI can really play a part is the right people coming together and building in the right frameworks and principles, and AI can kind of be a conscious elevation coach in that sense. And that's what I'm excited about.
I know I said I wanted you two to discuss, but that is such an exciting idea. We see so often, we're like, oh, money's the evil maker and it's going to corrupt and
Totally.
these things, right? But money, economic principles, economic pieces, as much as meditation may be can be a way to elevate personal understanding and consciousness. Awesome. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, on a technical basis, obviously, we have been going through a series of evolution and innovations over the past, let's say, 20 years since the internet. First, we had, wide availability of data, and with AI, we can say that we have now wide availability of intelligence, right? So it's easier not only to access the data, but also to have it processed into a decision. That is a great tool because in financial markets, a lot of it, there's always been, and crypto has somewhat tackled that, a distance between access of opportunities, information, and tools between the large players and kind of the wider public. With technologies like blockchain and crypto, and now AI, that spread can be reduced because again, it provides wider democratized access to things that before were available only to the selected few. So that can be a catalyst of meaningful empowerment of individuals or smaller businesses and non-humongous ecosystems, and that is very very powerful. And I do see that as some. That's why I think that actually crypto and AI are very powerful also together, and that's why it's also amazing what we're doing here. That's on a micro level, so I see that as a potential enablement tool for improved decision making now, and hopefully improves consciousness as well in decisions. From a systemic perspective, then we're going to see a little bit more in the future, and it will create a new system, right, where decisions will be somewhat automated and taken away from humans, meaning we may be the seed of the first decision, but that the systems will become independent. So how do we make sure that once the individual and the community of individuals is empowered, the system remains empowered and doesn't, what rules will follow, what will it maximize for, what will it optimize for, and there, again, I re-add, kind of blockchain tokenization in the at least conceptual phase where you have, incentives alignment, what money is, and, we should think about how to innovate on that as well, because at the core we remain with the challenge that if money stays as it is today, just as a simple mean of exchange that follows maximization of profit, then incentives will stay wrong. But we do have the tools to improve that and look for more aligned systems.
Yeah, thank you. Beautiful. And looking perhaps more in that direction, how do we build tools, build systems that don't just follow in the same footsteps of the existing institutions? We're seeing even in blockchain and in cryptocurrencies, institutional investors are now shifting that landscape. They've stepped in, they've decided there's resources there, and they're shifting that landscape. How do we retain that power, those options, and that capability for individuals?
So Bitcoin in particular has allowed to consolidate the fact that blockchain is inevitable, and it was first perceived as a technology advancement, but now, especially as the macroeconomy and geopolitics are so fluid and conflictuous, it has started to become a sort of conceptual safe haven, a protection to inflation, and other things that are useful for the real economy and investors. So I think that is what we want to try to do, meaning make it large enough and solving problems that the system has in a way that it gets adopted. And that's what's happening right now. Then from Bitcoin downward, it starts becoming more of a speculation game again, but the adoption of the wider financial system of crypto is good, because then it becomes even more inevitable. And then from there, they are somewhat accepting directly or indirectly some of the rules and techniques that decentralization, governance, and bring. And so I think we want to try to do it again by succeeding in solving some of the problems that the world has, which are plentiful, and making it inevitable again. And we could focus on incentives realignment, improved governance systems, community building, and other things like that.
It's interesting because I work in the personal finance space, right? And so when we think about this topic, like I'm 100% in agreement with him. The means of what is money and how are transactions executed and what is our perspective of all this, I think will change over time. And whether it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years out, that the whole system ends up changing, I don't think any of us know, and it's hard. So my passion is helping people in the here and now and figure out, like, all right, what do we do? Like, how can we help people learn how to utilize money as a tool in the world that we are? Because I believe an empowered person today is going to be more equipped to make a transition when the time comes, right? And so that's kind of, when I look at this, that's what I look at, is like everybody's talking like way in the future, and that's super cool. But I also like, let's reel it in a little bit and realize like we have tools right now if the right people get behind the execution of them. That's one of the reasons that I've started doing the stuff with the Twin Protocol stuff, because it's really, really exciting, right? Because we have the tools to be able to get out there and share with people to help them here and now. And I'll just, I guess, use the phrase like build the foundation of who they are. That way, their knowledge base, their sovereignty, and their ability to be financially liberated and be able to kind of go to that next level when the transition happens, they're able to make that pivot. Because right now, I think so many people are not equipped or prepared. And no matter what happens, what that transition looks like, which nobody really knows, I don't think, no matter what that looks like, those people are not going to be ready. And so I don't know that there's ever going to be a solution that everybody's going to be totally, fully prepared, obviously. But I think it's trying to get people to a place where they're as prepared as possible. And in my estimation, I don't think that starts with understanding investments in the more the financial metrics. I think it's more of an internal problem, right? It's more of an identity and a beliefs and an internal structure problem. And that's why, like with what we do in all the financial coaching that my company does, that we don't start with the money stuff, because no matter what I give you, the assets and investments, whatever, none of that stuff is going to solve your problems.
Right.
It all comes back to personal transformation and awareness, consciousness, if you will.
The phrase, wherever you go, there you are.
There you
right?
are. Exactly.
Can't leave myself behind. So along these lines, you each touched on this just a bit, but looking at conscious capital and values aligned wealth creation, abundance creation. So can AI systems be designed to actively promote values such as sustainability, fairness, and long-term well-being, or will financial optimization always default towards profit as a guiding principle?
You want to start first?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's bound to evolve. As we evolve, it will evolve, right? Like, and money is not the destination. And I know in today's capitalistic world, that's kind of, money is the objective. And I think as society grows, we're going to realize that money is just a tool. And as our consciousness elevates, money is just a tool. And I think AI can play a big part in helping people make that emotional transition, if you will. I mean, people, my wife and I included, utilize AI as like thought partners and coaches, and in every capacity. And of course, you got to be really careful with that and question and push back and not take everything at face value. But I think as we start to build this stuff out, and this, once again, I'll go back to the Twin Protocol thing, that I'm like, having something where you can almost build your own micro LLM that's really laser focused on creating a coach that can help people have a resource if they want to be intentional and elevate their consciousness with money. Then yeah, I mean, it's just about people making the decision to do it and realizing the importance of it. I think right now people don't do it with money. People are disconnected with money, because money is the greatest form of slavery in the world, in my opinion. You know, like it is a mechanism of control. And so if we can get people to the place where they realize they have access to the information, they have access to the growth, that they can become who they need to become to actually have control of it, most people don't believe that. And so if you don't believe it, you're not going to put your energy into it, right? The human brain will only allow you to put 100% of effort into something you believe you can be successful with. So
Right.
we need to get people to believe that they're capable. And I think, you know, these tools and systems can help us get there.
And segueing, you said money is a tool.
Sure.
It's money in the current form is starting to become obsolete again. As we said, there are new tools that value is money is a means of exchange and is allowed for humongous innovation in the last since the capitalistic society, right? We've built all of this in the last 100 years, let's say, industrial revolution onwards. Now we have new tools, but there's very strong powers encroached and attached to the old tools, but there is this feeling of tension that something has to change is increasingly there. And I do think that it starts from us and consciousness, and then it goes to conscious societies and so on and so forth. Again, as I was saying earlier, we want to reach a critical mass because the established powers, and it is evolving, but as money as a tool today, it continues to polarize wealth, then the ability, that difference in the ability of making an impact in the world in the current system remains, when somebody sitting on trillions of dollars can do more than somebody sitting on non-trillions of dollars. So can we kind of, through consciousness and through the tooling that is available today, start building, societies, ecosystems that can foster that innovation and make it inevitable in a way that it does solve the problems that we all see, and it starts to influence society as a whole. And I think that is possible, and it is somewhat happening already today. Again, in tackling some of the core challenges of the world, as in the role of humans in the world of AI, how is the financial system going to change, sustainability, can we try not to destroy our home, and things like this are already to be addressed, but not only by think tanks, but also by the financial system. And so in that, AI and blockchain, and the evolution of them and the combination of them allow for new things to arise, and hopefully in a way that we may generate more value, and the value doesn't have to be only money, but maybe the new form of money.
I've always been fascinated but weirded out by meme coins, but I looked a little closer and I found it very interesting. And I mean, meme coins are a way that you just invest on what you value. You find a community or something that embodies something that resonates with you, and you just you buy into it, right? And it's in some ways a little bit like buying organic foods at the grocery store. Like you're paying more, but because it's sort of values aligned. I'm buying into the meme coin of organic or fair trade, or right, with my purchases at home. So looking at these two kind of examples of buying into my values in a very interesting way, is that a waste of money and resources, and like what do I get for that?
Yeah, I mean, I look at it as I try to not go so siloed in anything. I just look at it from an airplane view. As everybody, if I were to communicate and have a conversation with every single person in the room of like, what does a life that you desire look like? What does a life of fulfillment look like to you? I'm going to get 100 different answers, right?
Yeah.
And so like literally a unique fingerprint answer from every single person. And so if that's the case, then cookie cutter financial advice makes no sense, right? Because I mean, there are certain principles that work, but every single person, it's about the intentionality of what you're trying to accomplish. So then maybe a meme coin makes sense. Maybe like it's just is what you're doing, does it feel aligned? Does it feel fulfilling? Does it feel like it's getting you closer to the end destination? Like at the end of the day, let's be intentional about what we're trying to create.
Yeah.
And utilize money as a tool to be able to do so. And so, yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah, and if you kind of strip everything away from, the meme coin stigma, it took me a while to understand as well.
It does.
But then when it became inevitable and so big, I was like, okay, there must be something here. And I think you're right, is that raw power of the community, right? And I feel, and the fact that it can have a monetary value, although there's no other value. So
Yeah.
then the only value that is there is the value of the community.
Gold might be the biggest meme coin ever, right? We decided it's beautiful.
That is right. And to your point, I think, one thing, everybody will say different things, but generally I would say people long for connection and belonging, right? And so meme coins have had that one effect of manifesting that by, aligning a dream with a monetary incentive, a community can come together towards a simple concept of just freedom starting with, and then all sorts of animals and things like that.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's awesome.
We're actually
one thing that, and I know they have a video. So I've partnered with the Twin Protocol stuff. So I'm not an AI expert at all, just so everybody knows. But I've been really excited about trying to utilize AI as much as possible. And I don't know if Mihaela's in here or not, but she has connected me with the Twin Protocol group, and we've put together, like just yesterday, it's all happened very fast. And so I think they have a video they want to play to show you how crazy this cool technology can be and how fast it has. Who here has heard of Twin Protocol? Okay, very small portion of the room, which is cool. So,
but who here has heard of digital twins in some form, some format? This is an idea that originated. Twin Protocol has been looking at and working on this for years, but now it's being. A good idea comes to many people, right? Yeah. And so they've been working on this for a long time.
And it's about scale. So I run an organization, and so what we've done is just yesterday, literally, I worked with Kai, and he helped me put this video together. And we literally, what you're about to see, it's by no means refined, right? But it literally got done in like 2 hours, which is, to me, mind-blowing. Yeah. So I don't know, do you guys have the ability to play that?
What's going on, attendees of the BGI Summit? I'm Chris's AI twin, powered by Twin Protocol, designed to help scale Life 180 by coaching agents and financial advisors across the country and around the world. I'll also be working directly with individuals and clients to help them learn how to use money as a tool to create a life that's meaningful to them right now. Chris only speaks English, even though he lives in the Dominican Republic. Spanish isn't a language he's learned yet, so I'm going to bail him out here and show how I can work with people and communicate in Spanish for him. Let's create a life that's meaningful to you. Vamos a crear una vida que sea significativa para ti. I can also speak Mandarin Chinese. Watch this. Financial freedom starts with clarity. Kaiwu ziyu shiyu kangsh. And if we're in Turkey, no problem. Your money should work for you, not against you. Paranız sizin için çalışmalı, size karşı değil, or even Vietnamese, I've got you covered. You deserve to live free and on purpose. Ban shung jang juch song tu do va cho much jich. No matter where you are in the world or what language you speak, I'm here to help you take control of your financial story and live it on purpose. As a special bonus for attending the conference, you can create your own AI twin for free, with compliments from Twin Protocol. Thank you so much. And now back to the fireside chat.
Very nice.
It's crazy. It's cool. So if anybody wants to do that and talk about getting your own twin, I'll say go talk to Kai. I don't know where he is. Kai, are you in here? No, he's doing an interview right now. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Looking at this technology as a way to, be self-reflective on our economy or any other area of our life that we want to look at, what's your experience of seeing your twin talk about economics, talk
it's
about
totally
financial?
strange.
Yeah.
It's very weird to see that. Like it's like eerie almost.
Yeah.
It's like so close, but it's just
Yeah.
not
The
perfect enough
uncanny
to make it
valley.
okay. You
Yeah.
Do
know,
I
like
look like that?
right? What's that?
Do I look like that?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And do I? It's yeah. If I almost like the fact that it's got a little robotic element to
Yeah.
it, because it's if it were like a total deep fake perfect, it would freak me out.
So
But it's awesome, the
it is.
scalability of it.
It is awesome, and then to look at that as itself a tool, right? If you are speaking about your economic values, but then if you're watching your twin speak to you about your economic values or having a chat there, how powerful.
Yeah, I mean, and to me, I just look at it. I can upload my brain and my philosophies and my principles, and it creates scale, you know, and that's what this is all about. But scale that's in alignment with the things that are important to me to teach.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Right. Yeah. It helps you align with what you value most and what you want to
totally.
to embody most.
Yeah.
Now we are running over time, but
Yeah.
I have the right to ask one more quick question of
Sure.
each of you. I think we're coming up on an interesting paradox, or I don't know, coming up on perhaps, but money has been historically a zero-sum game,
Yeah.
which is what makes it so exciting and fun for so many to win, but you know, at the expense of so many. And at the same time, we're coming into an era of abundance, abundant intelligence, abundant resources, abundant energy, abundant longevity and health. How do these two things, as this matter and antimatter, how do these two things collide in our future?
You want to go?
Yeah. So I think again, some things are going to become inevitable, right? So we went through, you know, the wide, you know, the economy of data, which we're going through right now, and the abundance of data thanks to the internet, and now AI is abundance of intelligence.
Yeah.
So the economic input of the different series phases of economy, we're starting from labor, and then now in recently, you know, the economy of attention, and people are increasingly had more time for themselves.
Yes.
The next phase of this will be dramatic because a lot of the existing works will change or evolve or disappear in a way that we can expect to have an abundance of time. So what are we going to do with that?
We're going to waste it all on social media and doom scrolling. That's one option.
And it feels like, I mean, there's going to be different options, right? And all sorts of shades of different colors in between. But yeah, one extreme is we end up in the matrix, and you know, we stay in front of it. We give our time back to who is giving it to us.
Right.
So you can see a flywheel of, you know, universal basic income into spending time on social media. You make 100 and give 110 back. Or we can use these systems to create more win-win situations, new incentive systems where we can hopefully refocus on regenerative societies, sustainability, consciousness, and enable humans and also in the interaction with AI to be incentivized and rewarded for it.
Yeah.
So again, that's almost, you know, that's what we're here to do. And the tools are there. A lot of education is necessary, obviously, because it is, you know, intelligence is accessible, but, you know, one has to process it, make it its own, and then act on it, right? So, I mean, it's not like it's going to be easy to create a new society, but once again, the tools are available, and people are thinking about it and acting on it. It will go through also some interesting phases, like the concept of, you know, started with own your data, it will become concept of sovereignty a little bit as well, right? You know, own your AI, right? And how does that AI interact with other AIs? How does it get rewarded for interaction? And how do you create a positive flywheel in a significantly more atomic and fluid society?
I guess for me, it's real simple. Like growth, transition. This is all the inevitability of what's going on, and I think people are going to have more and more free time, more and more agency and ability to create whatever they want out of their life to be, right? Whether it's universal basic income that gets brought into the mix or whatever, but we also see what happens like in the United States on native tribal lands where people are given universal basic income and they destroy their lives with the freedom. And so that's intrinsically not necessarily good or bad. It's just it all comes down to who are the people, like what is the process and who are we becoming in that process. And that's why I'm so passionate about my methodologies and frameworks of teaching people how to handle money, how to handle value creation and just life, and looking at it through that lens, because no matter what happens, we don't know how it's all going to go. But if we become who we need to become in the process, then we'll be equipped and prepared and able to navigate the transition. And to me, that's our responsibility right now. And we can utilize those tools to do so.
And thank you very much. I couldn't agree more. I think that space that we're in right now is forcing exactly that reflection.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you for a brilliant discussion.
Cool.
I would like to invite up onto the stage with me Sadie Stock. We've got one more session here before lunch. Sadie is a student at USC and also an educator in AI and entrepreneur. And we're talking about today critical thinking in the AI era. So will this be a threat, a tool, or a transformation? How are the individuals growing up in the midst of generative AI? What's happening in them? What's the transformation that you're seeing?
For me, honestly, I was a freshman when ChatGPT 3.5 came out, and so I've really been able to kind of witness the evolution of how students and Gen Z is adopting these tools. And it's been actually really interesting. I think there's three main groups of AI users that have emerged. There's those that barely use AI, because everybody uses it to an extent. I think that a lot of people say that they use LLMs, when in reality they kind of just use them as a replacement for a Google search engine. But then there's also the students that use AI to do less, so cutting corners and cheating. And then there's the students that use it to do more, so being more productive and having time for projects outside of school and enhancing their learning and education. And I think that that third group is really what students should be aiming for in college, which is honestly the perfect environment for people to be really testing out how to use these tools and actually implement them into their lives effectively.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that that's a very important way of looking at, much like economy, what do I do with this tool, this resource that I have? Do I become what I want to become? Am I afraid of it and I avoid it? What do I do? When I was looking to hire some marketers a couple years ago when I was running the marketing department, I would ask these individuals, how do you use AI? And they say, oh, this was 2 years ago when it was still a little bit new. They're like, oh, I don't use AI at all. I write all my own content because it was perceived, they perceived that human generated was better and more creative, and that was cheating. But I was looking for the marketer who would say, oh, well, I use this tool and this tool so that I can get this better. And then I use this so that I can do it 3 times a day. And then I use this so that I can do 10 times more than I've ever done, who are really glomming onto and using these tools to accelerate and not trying to what I can do alone will be better forever.
Yeah, and it's honestly really interesting because when I mentioned the group of students that tend to barely use AI, so really being resistant to adopting these tools, it tends to be the smartest and most high-performing students that are not actually trying to take advantage of these tools because they already know how to do really well on their own, so they don't need to necessarily try to change their ways and fix something that isn't broken, but they're really not equipping themselves for the future properly. And I also think that there's a pretty big fear with that people think that it's going to undercut critical thinking and it's going to stop them from being able to write and reason properly. But I don't really agree with that. I think that it's going to be very similar to when the calculator was introduced. Math used to be easier because everybody had to do it by hand, but then the calculator was introduced and now the bar for math has just been raised. And I think it needs to be the same with writing and everything now that we have access to these amazing tools like LLMs and yeah.
It's interesting too. There was such a dynamic, and I haven't followed this in academia. There was such a dynamic, with calculators and fluctuations where teachers, it took a while, but they got to the spot where they're like, okay, I know how to give a test where even with a calculator, you still need to demonstrate your knowledge, right? That calculator won't be the replacement. And I think that those kind of tests, well designed, can actually help you think harder about a problem where when you needed to write it out by hand, you were spending so much time doing addition and and these things that you didn't get to the higher, broader level. Like now you could have a test that's calculating the trajectory of a missile, or not a missile, a rocket to Mars, right? Where you couldn't before, right? You could maybe lift off.
Yeah, exactly. I think that people are really worried that people are going to kind of offload their work
Yes.
onto, like using AI, for example, to generate essays and things like that. People are worried that students are going to lose the ability to write on their own. And I think that there's something that's being missed here, in that there is a new skill set that's emerging, and it's about being able to read what AI is producing and judge it for yourself and judge the value of it. And I think I've learned so much from using AI as a collaborator, and I'd say it's actually made me a much better writer, and it's helped me learn more easily in general. So I think it's just about interacting with the tools and using them as a collaborator instead of kind of an assistant.
Thank you. So as we're looking at how generative AI, how AI is reshaping how we think, how students are maturing their nervous systems and their abilities and their processes, what do you think is some of the biggest shifts? You don't have a perspective of pre-gen AI as a college student, but what do you think are some of the biggest shifts, the maybe the lacks and the new abilities each that are emerging as students use these tools better?
I think that, okay, well, one example is I think that reading is going to become kind of, I mean, I don't want to say obsolete, but I don't read my textbooks anymore. And I don't think any of my peers that I talk to that are good at using AI bother with that, because why would you need to do that when you can upload it and then have an interactive conversation
Yeah.
about the material, or generate a podcast about it, or
Yeah.
something like that. So I think it's just kind of changing the approach to learning in a lot of ways. And I think that this is also going to be seen in the classroom as well. So now you kind of have the whole sage on the stage thing where professors are lecturing, and in my opinion, I think that that's going to go away pretty soon. It's going to move more towards Socratic style discussions and, in-person exams, of course, because you have to test knowledge. But I think it's going to be much more of a collaborative learning experience moving forward.
That's interesting. Goldar was saying yesterday how we're coming into this age of personalization, this age of customization, and so now it's not one textbook fits all. It's we have this textbook of knowledge, and now you have the opportunity. People don't have to, but how can you personalize this into a format, a direction that speaks to you, so you're not trying to struggle through how the author wrote it. You're actually getting to digest it in a way that fits your learning style, your interests, your future curiosity.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like creating a personalized learning experience. And I think that that's kind of a threat to a lot of professors
Right.
and universities. In my opinion, I think that the value of college in general and higher education moving forward is going to be the social aspect. It's going to be less about, learning from the courses that you're taking or the classes, and it's going to be more about the people that you meet, your relationships with your professors, the alumni, your peers. And having, of course, like a structured learning environment as well. But everybody can learn anything now, so it's kind of uh, unnecessary in a sense to be taking classes in the same way.
I have a 10-year-old son who, of course, is brilliant and amazing and fantastic. But I'm watching his brain grow in the age of Gen AI, right? At the very, he was 7 when it was really emerged, and he's programming a Minecraft clone in Swift, you know, at 7, 8, 9, 10, because he has access to these tools, which first of all, you know, will he ever actually learn a programming language? Does he need to, or, you know, like, or how much will he learn, right? Like translating languages, right? But he doesn't, you know, he can do things that just haven't been possible. But then I also look at, for him, um, will he need to go to college? What would college look like? And will there be jobs that he needs a degree for? Because AI, I think, will be doing more and more of the, you know, the work.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I'd love to hear your perspective on this as being a parent, but it seems to me it's really important to still, for kids to develop critical thinking skills, and I think that that really does take place in school a lot of the time, like learning how to write and structure essays and things like that. It helps you develop your ability to reason in general. But in college, you kind of already have those skills. So to what extent at what age do you allow your child to start offloading that sort of stuff to AI, and at what age is it actually detrimental to their education?
Right. Just like calculators, what do I need to keep on board? Because I need to, you know, pay money to the Turkish cab, or what is, you know, I can leave over there. I don't need to calculate the square root on a slide rule anymore to get to where I'm going. It might be helpful to know how to use it, but yeah. And then you touched a little bit on this cognitive debt. You know, if we're offloading so much to AIs, or tending to, how do we encourage people, or build systems, or even build design into the AIs, the means, the encouragement to use AI in this way that is about questioning and thinking and being, I guess, an active participant?
Well, actually, it's really interesting what's happening with universities now, because they they have very forward-thinking AI policies. Most of them have adopted the Department of Education's AI policy, which is basically saying, you know, all students should learn it, faculty should implement it, but then in the fine print, you know, it's sent back to all the professors who don't really have the same urgency. And I think it's really about um, equipping students to actually be able to learn about this and not use it in ways that are undermining their education. So if you're not teaching students how to use AI effectively, and you're trying to create obstacles like AI detectors and putting harsh policies that make it so that if students get caught using AI, then they might get expelled or something, nobody's going to be transparent about how they're using the tools. And that's what's happening. So none of the faculty or administrators really understand the extent of AI usage, and a lot of students don't either, because there isn't that transparency. But it's causing students to teach themselves, and a lot of times they're not really teaching themselves how to do it effectively. They're teaching themselves how to just kind of offload their work and not really learn as much, which I think can be avoided if universities kind of step in and start actually helping students learn how to use it properly.
Yeah. Again, how do we design tests where the calculator, you need it, but it won't solve the problem for you? You will have to be a participant. So I'd like to go on a little bit different, a side space to this. You go to a very impressive university, but now that we have these AI tools, how does this change access to education, the personalization of education? How does that change that landscape for students throughout universities in the U.S. and other Western nations, but also for developing countries as well?
I think it's really about, it's less about being in a structured learning environment. It's more about you having the direction to actually ask the right questions. Because in this age where knowledge is free, basically, you can access anything, you can learn anything. So you're only limited by the questions you ask. It really is like the power of questioning. You need to have the imagination and creativity to follow the right questions and teach yourself the things that you're interested in. So I think that that needs to be kind of a new mindset that emerges from this, which I don't know if it's present. I think it's more of a habit of just questioning, and now you can actually get the answer to any question that you want. And I think that people need to learn to, when a question pops into your head in the middle of the day, instead of just wondering it, you type it into ChatGPT or whatever LLM and you get an answer. And that kind of becomes a habit.
I love that. That's such a beautiful reframing. University, entrepreneurship, success in life for years, at least since the Industrial Revolution, probably much longer, was dependent on how many answers you knew. But in the age of AI, answers are ubiquitous. If you can get to a laptop or a phone and have service. But questions become the difference between a person who is going to excel. That curiosity, their questioning, and the creativity of questions becomes the mediator between your success and your just mediocre participation in economy as offered to you on a plate.
Mm-hmm. And I also think that it's really interesting, but most young people that I talk to have no idea what AGI is. They don't know what ASI is. If I try to bring up artificial superintelligence to anyone around my age, they look at me like I'm crazy. I was talking to one of my peers who's in wealth management, brilliant guy. I was telling him about ASI and running some scenarios, and he was like, "Okay, you're scaring me." But it wasn't like, "Oh, ASI is scary. It's a scary concept." It's like you're scaring me.
Theory.
Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting. So while we're transitioning into all these technologies, and they really are emerging, we saw Greg's presentation yesterday, the mathematics headed towards generality, and I mean, this is happening, and even with the ubiquity of LLMs and access to AI and how that's changed the landscape, the next step still hasn't occurred to or landed on the radar of so many. This is a massive issue. I mean, this is something that SingularityNet and everybody, we're here right now to address, because we need everybody to participate in how we get to AGI to BGI, and it has to be all of us, because if it's somebody building it for us, we may or may not like that result.
Yeah, and I think like with students too, there's such a, and when I say students, I mean young people in general. There's a much of a focus on the immediate future. So people are very worried about job stability in this time, and kind of focusing on the current pressures of AI and everything, and being equipped for that transition. But there's no focus on the next 10 years, it's all about the near future.
Yeah.
And I think that concepts of AGI or ASI are just completely foreign.
Yeah.
And I think it's super important to start discussions about these sorts of things and actually bring to light that this is what's going to happen, and that we're on this path, and that it's actually much deeper than many people realize. I think people, when they think of AI, they think of LLMs, and they don't think that it's going to get more advanced than that.
Yeah. Or that is AGI somehow, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Our time is up, is flashing at us, so we should leave the stage. I appreciate your being here, your sharing, your joining this conference. I hope that we have so many beautiful people from the hackathon joining us here from around the world, young people that are building with these solutions right now and are this nucleus of information going out to the world. We have so many virtual attendees, hopefully from many universities around the world, who are looking at this, and they are the people that are curious, and they are creative, and they want to know more, and so we're going to build it together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sadie.
Thanks.
So we're going to break for lunch, I believe. Yes, we're going to break for lunch. So thank you all for joining us. No, we're not breaking for lunch. I'm getting new messages. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we break for lunch, I apologize. Jose Cordero, we have volume. We have volume. And so we're going to play some videos here. No? We're not. On one moment. messages from beyond. What's that? Oh, for the hackathon. Oh, we don't have 3 minutes? We don't have 3 minutes, Jose.
1 minute for the first video.
Oh, I see. I understand. I apologize. I misunderstood. We have the WADA awards ceremony, and I believe Neff is online virtually presenting the awards to the hackathon participants that I just mentioned. So in Nairobi, in Kenya, in India, and then also in Latam, and then around the world, we have groups of students who are building hacking with awards right now. So looks like Josh, Neff, Josh, please come up. Situation is evolving right in front of our eyes, just like the singularity. Thank you very much for being here. Good to see you again.
And you.
Thank you.
Hey, Haley.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm very good.
Good. Well, thank you for having us. I guess in anything live, there's always evolution.
Yes.
So if anybody understands how these summits work, I guess communication is always key. And speaking of communication, we've got Josh, who partnered with myself and Ben. About a year ago, we started talking about how we could affect change and actually teach young people something new, give them a USP for when they're graduating, give them something different for when they enter the job market. How do you do that? You teach people something that other people either don't have access to or might not understand is coming. You give them a way to actually learn. So I went to Ethiopia, I don't know, about a year ago. I met the team from ICOG. It really inspired me. It changed really my thinking in regards to what Ben was building, because as a person who comes from a completely different industry, I needed to understand what this whole AGI, ASI thing was and what it meant to the world. So we created a docuseries together. Really, at first, it began focusing on SingularityNET. And through the transition of the alliance being formed and all of the multitude of different partnerships, we just continue to follow and tell the story. And that again evolved because we realized that the story was more than just about one entity or one group. It was about a cultural movement and a cultural adaptation that needed to transcend all of the products that are being developed, because most people build things and then they try to figure out their audience after. The world that I come from, you have to understand your audience first, and then you build it for the audience, or you build it for the need. Or in this world, you're trying to solve a problem. So in solving problems, we recognize that Ben, the guy that started SingularityNET, is really a research and development scientist. And when you're involved in research and development, you need to continue to figure out that hypothesis. You need to continue to figure out how to build things, how to make problems become a thing of the past. So finding my way on the cultural side, I realized we need to get into the world. So we got a chance to get into the global south. We ended up working with Hack India. That took us into 150 universities. That spawned another great idea. As a documentarian, I'm constantly using my anthropological mind. I went to school for anthropology. I did make records, but the anthropological mind said, we got to go back into the research side of this in order to get the human level clarity and the cultural level to come together. And so in doing that, we figured the best thing to do was to continue to teach. And how do you do that? Well, in this world, it's called a hackathon. I didn't want to do typical hackathons where you give out t-shirts and you get the numbers and you get the data and you shuffle the kids along. I said, let's do something different. So we took young people from Ethiopia and we landed them in India. Why? Because I could just use the regular mic. I am an MC. It'd be a lot easier. How about we just give me a mic? And so what we did was we were able to align culture and align it physically with young people from Ethiopia and people that were their age in India. That resonated. Immediately we saw 150 projects developed. And that I thought was magnificent. Why? Because you have people teaching people. A lot of this virtual stuff, guys, it doesn't stick. As much as we want to believe that the virtual thing is like, a lot of young people, they just don't learn only that way. They learn with people. And so what we realized immediately was not only could the guys from ICOG absorb this knowledge, but they could also teach it. And that's a powerful tool. So in that journey, hanging out, figuring out NFTs, I met Josh's partner. And I said, WADA, what is that? And through a course of just understanding, they were in the Cardano ecosystem, evolving that relationship, literally through the SingularityNET ecosystem. Took us quite some time, but we ended up doing a first hackathon. Our first hackathon was held in Nairobi, and through that process, we launched a blockchain center. So I'll let Josh tell you a little bit more about that.
Right, thanks, Nev. So I'll cover some things that I discussed yesterday briefly. So what we do at WADA is we build capacity on the ground for developers to build the next solutions, especially in a local context. So we're looking across blockchain, AI, and eventually AGI and BGI solutions as well. So how we partnered on this blockchain center was through a program in Nairobi, Kenya, for developers to work on some of these solutions in partnership with SNet, Beyond the Code, Adam, or SNet ambassadors, and a lot of individuals involved in this ecosystem that helps BGI Nexus as well, has also been supportive of our efforts and is aligned with this mission as well. So that's a brief overview of what we're doing here. You'll see some images on the background of the blockchain center that we have in Nairobi, Kenya, and you may see some footage as well of the watch party that's happening at the moment. So we will have more information in a presentation coming up, I believe, at 4 p.m. Live streamed, and there should be some slides with QR codes so you can see information on that if you wanted to review those presentations. So what that means is, since we have this BGI hackathon now, there are projects being built, MVPs, prototypes that you can view around 4 p.m., I believe, and that's the live presentations. And then we will have the awards on the 25th. So there's the physical part, which is the individuals and developers in their locations, I believe, across Turkey, India, and Africa. And then there's
and Latin America.
And LATAM, we can't forget our LATAM
That's
friends.
right.
So thank you for that, Nev. And there you can see in the background the individuals in Nairobi, Kenya, in our space there, essentially. And that's what we do. We build communities, we build capacities, we train them, we send them through a pipeline of events, hackathons, and developer training so they can begin to build real products. So I'll leave it there
I'll
for now.
just add this. So yesterday while we were here, we had a watch party in Kenya. So we had about 30 students who showed up. They were part of the hackathon. We launched the hackathon on the 14th. We had several speakers. I mean, amazing people, humans that have actually done the work, that were able to inspire. Through that process, we ended up with 25 projects. These were projects that were on 4 tracks. If you go to BGIsummit.io, you'll be able to link on to the BGI Hackathon, which will give you the full explanation. Today, we had, I believe at about 4 or 5 this morning, 25 teams that submitted their work. There were criteria. Those criteria you can also find online. We've now boiled that down to 13 finalists. Those 13 finalists will present their projects on Zoom this afternoon at 4 o'clock. We'll look at those projects. They'll have 4 minutes to pitch, 4 minutes for questions. And then by the 25th, we will select 8 winners. Those 8 winners will be funded. They'll be given kudos. Thank you very much for the compute credit. And then they'll be mentored through the next cycle of what we're doing. We've been really blessed in our partnership because of the work of WADA under the Cardano infrastructure. To be a part of CATS, which will be the Cardano African Tech Summit. That'll see 26,000 people in Nairobi. Lucky for us, we just launched the location in Nairobi, so timing is synchronicity and luck, and then also just intention. And our intention is to uplift the young people at ICOG, give them opportunities in India, uplift the students in India, give them opportunities in Nairobi, uplift the students in Latin America, give them opportunity throughout the world, and not just showing up for data. Because I want to say, as an artist who sold millions of records, it's not about anything more than the people. If you can connect with people, they'll follow you. If you give people something that's genuine, they'll believe. And I think that's a huge part of what everyone has talked about for the last few days. There's some form of belief system that needs to be the through line in AGI. There's a belief system that we need to carry out when we're talking about these super intelligent technologies that the average person just doesn't know anything about. And all of these young people that we all are seeking, we're all looking for beta testers. We're all looking for individuals to click our QR codes. We have to keep humans in the loop, and we have to stay connected and truly connected. So I'd like to use this time, I mean, you guys can see some of the stuff that we've built, to really just thank Ben, who I've grown to become friends with, to understand his passion as a man, as a father, a brother, an uncle, you know, a scientist, right? A son. And on a human level, we've connected through music, but our connection grows deeper because we understand that the world is shifting, that we understand how fast that world is shifting, especially for young people. And when you talk about a universal income, you know, those things are very scary. People are losing their jobs by the groves. I think 85,000 African American women lost their job in August. Most people don't know that. But the reality is as we are a group here of privilege, we've flown out to Istanbul. We're at the Swiss Hotel. This is a privilege. This isn't something that most people could even wrap their minds around. So I want to say that as we have the ability to be on this stage, we need to really understand what intention is. We need to understand what we are and what we represent as a unity. So the singularity will not be one thing to one person, it'll be everything to all. And so I just want to say thank you for giving us this space and this time. I want to thank the young people that believed. I want to thank them for looking at what we're doing and wanting to learn more and then building something and doing something about it. That's what's going to change the world. Most of us, I'm in my 50s. I'm going to be a part of it, but I won't affect it the way the young people will. And I recognize that. I think Josh recognized that. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, the ambassadors. I also want to say that the ambassadors, I've met them all over the world. Peter is an amazing guy. There has never been one point where I couldn't reach out to him in any place in the globe and say, hey, can you connect me with someone from SingularityNET? It's like, boom, there you are. The same with Haley. Thank you so much. I believe that BGI Nexus is the next thing. It's an IP conversation that most of us are, you know, still grappling with, but I do think the intention is what will make it go further. So thank you guys very much for your time. Again, go to the BGI Summit website,
And
BGI
the
Summit.
bgihackathon.com website as well. That's important because that will show you the vision from not just this year, but how we're looking to make that an annual series and how we're looking to build real products from that. So you have the information from bgihackathon.com. And I'll also say,
yeah, go ahead. I'm
yeah, I'll
sorry.
just say lastly, just to feed off some of those points, especially in the blockchain world where we talk about application layers, technology layers, data layers, we're really looking to work on the human layer as well and add a new foundation to that. So
Yeah,
that's
and
what
I
I'd
mean,
add.
what you're seeing here is also just pieces from a series that a lot of you met me last year in Panama. And you're like, where's the doc? You know, being a person who has put loads of things out in the ether. I mean, when you sell a few million records, you start to understand people. I've been really blessed to be a part of these types of movements. Film is archive. Archive is IP. So what we've amassed over the last 13 months is a heavy amount of IP. We were the witness of a lot of this exponential change. And so we're going to covet the way that we deliver that to the world. It's not going to be fast and NFTs, you know, dropping out on Netflix. That is not the intention. The attention is the attention. It's the intention that's the attention. And we want to shine the light on Ben's knowledge and the teams that he's built around the world. And we want to do that in a space where it can resonate and affect change. So it's not about hurry up and put it out. It's about find the right place, position it, make it so that people can digest it, make it so that people can understand it, and give it a chance to breathe so that it has some effectiveness. Because what we're doing is we're creating history. I mean, we'll look up 2 or 3 years from now and things will be very different. And so I want to be a proud participant. I don't want to be a participant who's being drug along or who's looking at, where's the crypto today. It's not about that. Money is ebb and flow. It'll come and it'll go. It's like water. It seeks its own level. What will stay is what we do. What will stay is what we say and our intentions and what we actually do for people, how we show up in each other's lives. That's the thing, that's the difference. So I do want to I really want to thank ICOG, because those young people, Gitnet and Ben and Betty and Huri, all of those guys showed up, and they show up every day. And that essence of that power gave us the steam to do what we've been doing, because without them we would have never been able. I don't know Meta at all. I understand it, but I could never teach it. But what I can do is build with WADA, open the door for community, build with BGI Nexus, make sure the ambassadors are there, make sure the LATAM group is there, make sure young people like this lady who spoke yesterday, who built this amazing app that will allow people to, what's the name of the app? Usha, yes. And so I think it's brilliant, because we need places to collide. We need to have the opportunity to come together. And I think if we're given those opportunities, you'd be surprised at what could happen. I never thought we'd have 25 projects and boil them down to 13 with 8 winners.
Yeah, I mean, help the builders dream and help the builders dream and help the dreamers build, as I say. So, yeah, I think that's a good approach for us, and we're looking to develop on that. So we're right now have around 15 communities over 13 countries. We've talked to people from Bangladesh, people from a lot of countries that haven't yet been exposed to a lot of this technology and information, and we're building a system, essentially a playbook, where we can go into those other countries and we can help those individuals, either in universities or even individuals who've started their first company. We can give them a roadmap to get involved in something like this, and they could be the world changers of the future.
And let's not forget deep funding, because I think those RFPs are real. And any company that has that kind of power needs the people behind it, right? So having deep funding is also something that's very brilliant. You can always go online and find deep funding if you're listening. There are hurdles to everything. But I believe if you try hard enough at anything, eventually it'll happen. I wanted a record deal as a kid. I was 16 years old. I, never dreamed that I would be better than the other hip hop artists, but I had 5 record labels trying to sign me, and I'm 50 something years old and I'm still selling records. And I'm not even making records, I'm just doing it for fun. But the point that I'm making is there is no dream too big or too small. When you have the people behind you, and now the technology that wants to be built to serve the people, you have a much greater chance. So I love the fact that we were able to touch base with Macy Gray this year with Ben. He was able to up his music side of AI and expand it to millions of people. And I think that that's what technology is about. It's about uplifting. It's about giving us an opportunity to ascend. And so again, we have such a great responsibility. I believe the BGI Summit 25 is amazing. 24 was even more amazing. I can't wait to see what 26 does, because I think this is a platform that we personally want to take out to the world. So again, I'll wrap up by saying thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, SingularityNET. Thank you, Ben. Thank you to all of his partners. Thank you to everyone that supported us along the way. This year has been massive. Thank you so much for your time right now. And I don't want to be repetitive, but yeah, go to the website if you're interested in the stories, if you're interested in the kids who've actually built. You can see them all live today. They'll be pitching at 4 p.m. Istanbul time. Thank you, and
thank you,
rock on.
Neff. Yep, thank you for the work that you've put in, especially. I know you don't talk about all the things that you do, but it's many. Beyond the code is one of them. So if we're looking at these builders, imagine we're able to track their progress from a documentary point of view, from them learning the language, learning Meta, getting involved in the community from day one, all the way to them finding teams, building product, and then releasing them. We can only imagine if out of that process, we find a winning project that becomes scalable, and we've then got all of the archives of that process. So that's what I'll say. Beyond the code, wada.org and bgihackathon.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neff. Thank you, Josh. Thank you for this beautiful wrap-up. The theme of this conference has been not only how do we think about BGI, how do we think about the future of humanity, but how do we build that now so that we get there. So the future has not yet been written. We are writing it right now as we speak together. Thank you for joining us here today. This ends the live stream portion of the conference. We will have more sessions for the live folks here in the room on conference sessions. Please go out and check the whiteboard and join some interesting sessions after lunch. During lunch. And for all of our virtual attendees, I invite you again. There's virtual unconference sessions. They're happening now, I believe, if I have my time zones correct. The link is on the website, bgisummit.io. You can go to the menu and see the unconference sessions. The amazing SingularityNET ambassadors are hosting that. You'll see some of the awarded BGI Nexus projects presenting, as well as some really important topics that you can get involved in. Here in the room, we'll have a couple more sessions this afternoon, unconference sessions, as well as around the hotel. And I really invite everybody to get involved, and let's all be participants in what we want to build next. Thank you all.